Uh,
Good morning, everyone. I will be beginning the session shortly. I see a few more colleagues heading this way, so a few more seconds. Good morning and welcome to the first parallel session of day 2 of the UN Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum. My name is Belinda and I am working with UNDP on business and human rights. So welcome to this session aptly titled A Climate Action Agenda for Asia, Priorities and Entry Points for Action. Now, as we all know, one of the key themes, if not the key theme of the forum is from commitment to action. And a recurring discussion point over the last 2 days has been climate change, particularly climate action. So whether it is in a session on consultation and power imbalances on the extractive sector, climate change seems to be, again, a recurring issue. So why not discuss it and unpack it with our esteemed panel of speakers here. I'd like to introduce the moderator, Sean Lees, who will take us through what priorities we should be focusing on in Asia. What are the key trends that we're seeing in terms of climate action? And what an apt time to have this discussion on Oceans Day. So over to you, Sean.
Thank you very much, Belinda, and thank you indeed everybody for being here today. I am joined by some of the most articulate and knowledgeable people. They're able to speak on this nexus between business, the environment, and human rights. To my left is Surya Deva, professor of Macquarie Law School and director of the Center for Environmental Law at Macquarie University. He's also the UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Development. I'm also joined by Justine Nolan, director of the Australian Human Rights Institute and a professor of Faculty of Law at Law and Justice, at the University of New South Wales in Sydney. Kanish Negi is to her left. He is the Sustainable Procurement Director at Schneider Electric. To my far right is Sarah Phillips, who is an associate researcher at the Center for Social Development Studies at Chulalongkorn University. And she's also an advisor for SEI, Stockholm Environment Institute, as I recall. Gregoria Bueta, or Grip, is a legal practitioner from Magdalene Law. He's also a faculty member at Ateneo Law School. I'm very grateful to these panelists for joining us today, for joining me in a discussion, and I hope you'll just bear with me. I actually want to share a personal story. It's a personal story about how climate change is affecting everybody, whether it's global north, global south, east, west. It doesn't matter what longitude or latitude, it's affecting us all. I grew up in California. And like any good American kid, I spent a lot of time watching television. And among those cartoons and TV shows, I got to become very familiar with commercials. And one of the things I was good at doing is memorizing jingles and corporate phrasing. It sounds embarrassing now, but I used to get a lot of laughs, including those jingles and corporate phrasing in my regular conversations with friends and family. It was a trick. It was one of my tricks I used to do. Anyways, I'm not going to perform that today. It would be too cringy, embarrassing for both of us. But one of those jingles that still sticks with me today is one that's very poignant in the context of climate change. State Farm Insurance had a jingle that went, Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. This is an insurance company that's I think it's the largest in the United States, insuring property, a business. They provide basic homeowner insurance. My best friend, Sean Casser, at the time, his mother worked for State Farm. The State Farm insurance offices were next door or down the street from me. I passed it every day at school. Very much integrated into our life. And it made me feel as a kid that adults were in charge and everything was going to be okay. Even if I lit my house on fire, they're going to give me a new one. But 6 or 7 days ago, State Farm issued a statement. And that statement was, we're not going to be there anymore. State Farm has decided in a statement that, quote, due to rapidly growing catastrophe exposure in California, we will no longer be issuing new policies in the state. That was just 6 or 7 days ago. That statement was echoed again by another insurance company, America's the fourth largest insurance company, Allstate, also saying they're pulling out of California. They will no longer be issuing new policies insuring homes in California due to wildfires, due to flooding, due to climate-related extreme weather events.
Okay, ako.
to get their supply chains in order, and it's more comfortable to do that by controlling from the top what's going on. And really what human rights and environmental due diligence is demanding is that script is flipped and companies start to think about how do we attack this issue from the bottom up. And as we talked this morning, we talked about how you engage with rights holders to do that. And I think that our point of where we start is that we need more information. These disclosures are useful, but they are just one step. They're very much not, reporting can never be the end. And in order to create plans of action, to create greater transparency, then what we need to do is for business and governments to work, co-design, co-create plans of action with rights holders that are bottom up. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Justine. A very full response to that initial question in terms of what's changed in the last 5 years. So many questions could be followed up with, and I have just a few minutes before I need to move to the next one. But if you could quickly respond to this. You said that we are talking the same language. You said that the siloed approach, and I take it the siloed approach between human rights actors and climate change actors is over. These are nice size, biteable, quotable, tweetable quotes. They're also very pregnant with meaning, and I wonder whether what you're saying is true with regards to a conversation around just transitions. There are some people who work in the energy transition sector who see human rights considerations as slowing down the movement. They see it as making it more expensive to make the transition and therefore less likely. They also see it as stifling investment, and that way they also see it as stifling or hindering investment. I know it's not fair to ask you just for a short response to that, but as briefly as you might be able to.
I mean, I think everything that you said is true. Human rights makes things uncomfortable. Human rights cost money. And it's a lot of the time easier to think about human rights without thinking the cost that is associated with it, because a lot of the time we don't think about human rights as a cost of business, because we're not integrating it into business as a mainstream part of what we do. So the more that we sort of try and silo that, then human rights is inconvenient because it's an additional cost. Where if we are really thinking about our business model and the way that we start with human rights and environmental costs and due diligence built into that, you start to change the way that you think about and you operate. But I do agree with you when you say that that some are quickly, we are quickly moving, and the concepts of just transition are floated around a lot without real action taken to it. We're still sourcing, cobalt from the DRC without thinking about the consequences on artisanal mining. Solar panels, we know that their sourcing is very restricted, and a lot of that is dependent from China. But there are some companies that are doing interesting things. There's a company that's sourcing lithium in South America, which has entered into a 50-50 split with the Indigenous community around profits from coming in relation to that, as they see that they want to enter a long-term relationship with that community and build in, a just transition. So I think it's possible, but I also think we need to think more about who's doing things right, figure out how they're doing it, scale those examples as we sort of look to take that into account.
Thank you, Justine. And on this notion, I'm not going to unpack just transitions in this panel discussion, just in order that we do it justice. In fact, there was a session yesterday. It was really interesting messaging around the just transition conversation. But I do want to stay on the notion of justice for a moment and turn the conversation now to GRIP. GRIP, recently on one of our Asia in Focus webcasts, we had your colleague Matthew Baird on, and I asked him, what is your definition of climate justice? There is no internationally agreed definition. What does it mean? And I don't think this is the last word or even Matthew Baird's last word, but he said, it's an effort to put people who are on the front lines of climate change first, put their interests first, see this issue through their lens, come up with solutions from their perspectives. But does climate justice, however it's defined, does it have a chance in a region like ours, where family-owned businesses dominate, where state-owned enterprises dominate, where companies that are less responsive, frankly, to the public because of the way they're structured? Does climate justice have a chance in a region that typically emphasizes growth over all other considerations? Rip.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean, and good morning to everyone. When listening to your question, the first things that come to mind are, climate justice is really a complex topic. We can't, aside from just not having a clear definition around it, what's clear with the issue of climate justice is that it can't be left on the sidelines, especially for businesses and state-owned enterprises, SOEs, whose operations impact the public in many ways. Especially in our region here in Asia Pacific, a lot of the big SOEs are, they're in energy, they're in agriculture, they provide a lot of the basic social services. But given that, and despite the what you said that it's not as mainstream yet. It's not they're not too open to the topic. And I relate this to what Justine was saying earlier that although there is disclosure, these are positive developments, and I do agree that these are positive developments. So to answer your question, yes, there is a chance for climate justice to be incorporated to the workings and to the inner workings of these corporations. There are many positive developments which lead to this. For example, more companies now are incorporating human rights considerations into their ESG policies, not just for reporting or disclosure purposes, but to make human rights and respecting human rights, respecting environmental rights, a core part of their business. So these are a lot of positive developments. But I think where corporations need to move towards is that they need to have this new bottom line, if we can call it, where climate justice is at the core of their business. I recently read an article by Professor Alan Boyle when he said that it's not let's not even debate whether there's environmental law or climate law or environmental justice or climate justice. What we need to do is to incorporate the climate agenda, climate change into all fields of law, to all aspects, business, commerce, intellectual property, because this is what the challenge of climate justice is asking us to do. And changing this bottom line for businesses would mean that they see putting climate justice and climate change at the core as a vehicle for growth, where investments are possible, where they engage in this type of development wherein it lessens inequalities and vulnerabilities. It doesn't worsen it. It doesn't make it much worse for the vulnerable and the marginalized in the region. So I do think that climate justice requires corporations to be responsive to these issues, addressing inequalities, bringing those at the margins to the center of the conversations. So it requires a bit of reimagining and reconceptualizing how they do business, especially in a region which, as you said earlier in your introduction, we're at the front lines of climate change.
I can get behind everything that you've just said there, and I'm also glad to see these developments take shape with regards to corporate action, whether that's in the ESG space and otherwise. But let's go to your core skill set, which is litigation, which is working the courts to benefit the poor and the vulnerable, those that are on the front lines of climate change, as we said. In our white paper on corporate accountability and climate change, you said that the most cases today are filed by civil society organizations and other grassroots organizations, and we applaud your work, your bravery, your courage. From me, a Californian and just a citizen of the world, thank you to all CSOs that are working on this issue. But you said, quote, they do not have enough resources to show initial evidence of harm or danger that they're alleging from any particular activity or project. With this in mind, is climate litigation a robust entry point of action? Should this be prioritized? Should multilateral organizations, should the IFIs, should other sources of funding and or convening power, should we be prioritizing climate litigation in this region? And is it getting traction? And the last question along those lines is, what roles have the judiciaries played so far, and what role could they play going forward?
Thank you, Sean. I think we have to understand that climate litigation is just but one tool in the quote-unquote our arsenal for dealing with climate change and for climate action. It might not be the best for all situations, but it certainly has its benefits, as you did mention. I think we have to acknowledge that the law and the judicial decisions judicial orders, this rule of law concept has the power to nudge actors, to nudge those people who do not want to act on climate change, who do not want to acknowledge that there's a need to put climate justice into the core of everything that we do. It has the power to nudge them into action. And in our region, and I think of course we are seeing a boom in climate litigation and climate action globally. But if you look at many of the papers that analyze the climate litigation, they're saying that the boom is limited to Western countries or to developed countries. Many of the landmark cases that have been cited were in Europe or in Latin or even in Latin America, but not so much in our region in Asia Pacific. And I think this is where we have to acknowledge that um, even though uh, a lot of the cases or the judicial action which judges are doing in our region aren't classified or termed as climate litigation per se by other experts, they do contribute to building this core of decisions and court orders which can push people towards climate
Cases
action.
involving like illegal land grabbing and or protection of forests,
Yeah,
other
exactly.
cases
Yeah.
that might have climate impacts but are not.
I'm reminded of a comment by when we were doing a judicial training in Cambodia. I think it was in 2017. One of the district court judges there asked, so after we gave a presentation on climate justice, climate litigation, the district court judge asked, "I'm a first level court judge in Cambodia. I work with illegal loggers, illegal miners in the middle of the forest in Cambodia. So I see them every day.
Hmm.
What do I have to do with climate change, which
Right.
is being discussed in fancy halls?" And
Right.
those were his words, being discussed in
Right.
fancy halls by people in suits.
Mm.
What does that have to do with me?
Mm.
And we told him that, well, by your simple action of prosecuting those illegal loggers,
Mm.
of stopping illegal mining, of making sure that these forests are protected, they contribute to the wider climate action
Mm.
and then that move towards climate justice. By protecting the forest, you are ensuring carbon sinks, for example, or in more vulnerable areas, you are able to make those forests as the adaptation
Right.
adaptation tools. So judges around the region, and it's good to emphasize that judges, especially here in Asia Pacific, have expressed their interest in being more involved
Yeah.
In not just in climate action but even in environmental rights for many years now,
Mhm.
despite the legal challenges of, let's say, that separation of powers and things like that.
Yeah.
But many judges have said that we cannot just sit at the sidelines,
That's right.
and we are and they are a critical component of climate action and climate justice.
I don't know if it'll give you any confidence, but indeed, our programming at UNDP will be focusing more on the judiciary going forward in partnership with partners like you, with stakeholders like you. I definitely want to pick up on this idea that climate change is a subject for people in suits and fancy halls. Our colleague Roberto Cadiz made a similar comment on a different webcast of ours on Asian Focus. He said, Philippines might be on the front lines of climate change, the most vulnerable country in Southeast Asia, maybe in Asia. But people have more guttural issues that they're thinking about, the day-to-day poverty issues. So climate change does not translate into an emergency that it is. So we'll have to address our language and the pathways of getting just climate results through other means. And talking about forestries, talking about the way we use our oceans and maritime resources to get there. The other important point you were making about nudging actors, how the judiciary can nudge actors. But I want to take that theme, I'm going to turn to Kanish Negi now at Schneider Electric, because I think nudging is a big part of what he does with his partners, his supply chain partners and others as business partners around the world. Kanish, at Schneider Electric, you're leading the company's zero carbon project, where 1,000 more suppliers are being onboarded to reduce their operational emissions by 50% the challenges that businesses, Schneider Electric, but others are facing in our region in terms of reducing carbon emissions? Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, for that question. And just to highlight, it's going quite well. And the reason is there is enough support from the suppliers, from the stakeholders that we're getting in this traction. Now, one thing which is very clear is that action only by the companies is simply not enough. 70% of the emissions for an organization comes from the supply chain. So if companies are not onboarding their suppliers, they're not onboarding and engaging their procurement department into the decarbonization efforts, into the efforts to engage their suppliers to decarbonize and reduce the carbon emissions, it's not going to be of any effect. What we did in Schneider Electric, within the procurement organization, there is a dedicated sustainability function in which I reside. And we initiated, let's say, an onboarding process of our 1,000+ suppliers. These 1,000+ suppliers contribute around 65% of our emissions for purchased goods and services. So they are a significant proportion. And these 1,000 suppliers come from across 50 countries and represent more than 60 procurement categories that the company purchases globally. Now, the first thing that we did was to understand at what level our partners are, to understand the issues around or the actions required for carbon emission reduction. And to our surprise, more than 75% of them, more than 75% of 1,000 suppliers came back and said, we have never done this activity before. We don't even know what you're talking about. You're the first customer who is asking on these issues. And some even came back and said, we act very responsibly, and because of our operations, no GHG emissions are released in the environment, so you don't worry about us. And that reflected the real scale of challenge that we had, that there was not enough awareness, capacity building, and the point that Justine and Gregorio also mentioned on the language that we speak was very clear. When we speak about decarbonization, levers for carbon emission reduction, but these languages are, or these terminologies are alien for a factory owner who's in Malaysia, who's in India, who is in any other South Asian country, or even for that matter, even in Europe. So it's not just a South Asian or a regional issue. A lot of suppliers in mainland Europe, they weren't really equipped to take action on this. So the first action that we really did was to build upon capacity building. And that's the first entry point for us to move ahead in this direction. We created multiple kinds of training materials, explaining suppliers how does their action impact the climate change. What are the sources of emissions within their factory, so that they can take the discussion onto their shop floor, talk to an operator, talk to the person who operates DGs, talk to the operator who operates their machines, and they can understand the way they operate their machines, the way they use the fuel, the energy sources, it has a very direct impact on their carbon emissions. The way they use electricity in their offices, in their factories, has a very direct impact on their carbon emissions. And we conducted more than 150 live training sessions. So we created multitude of training from end-to-end decarbonization, talking about what could be done and all the big things. And then we hit at the micro level on what's the first step companies should take, how to quantify your carbon emissions. And we created demos for the suppliers. What are the emission factors? How do you collect the data? Who are the people in the organization from where the data come from? And once these sessions were conducted, there was a parallel activity of following up with the business relationship owners, which is the commercial procurement department. Because if we will go, or I would go, they would not recognize me because I'm not involved in regular business discussions with them. They would recognize my colleague who has a commercial relationship with them. So unless they get involved in the discussion, they are the ones who are demanding accountability from suppliers. Things are not going to change. So we bring in the business relationship owners and we become the facilitators in the entire discussion.
A powerful experience, I'm sure, from where you're sitting. But I also hear companies struggling in these conversations. Some businesses tell me that our suppliers are great. In fact, they're so great they don't have to work with us. And when we bring them new compliance measures or try to build their capacity on something, they're like, I don't have time. And if you continue to insist on this, I'm going to turn my back to you. Tell us a little bit more, though, about some of the challenges. Out of 1,000 plus suppliers, you must have had some laggards, some pushback.
Yes.
What advice could you provide to people from the business sector who might be in this room on how to leverage a relationship with them intelligently to get them to do the right thing, but not also lose those great suppliers?
Don't wait for everyone to get on board. There will always be first movers. There will always be early adopters. Move ahead with them. I think we are way past the situation or a scenario where we will have to or we can afford to wait for a perfect solution. We have to prioritize speed over accuracy. Get along and create the momentum. They will, in any situation, there will always be a group of people who will always be in denial, who will always be pulling you back, who will not support. But rather than trying to get 100% of them on board, let's move ahead with the ones who are ready and interested and make them your brand ambassador. Make them the change agent and move ahead with them. I mean, we have had a lot of suppliers who really picked up these initiatives and started implementing it within their own organization and even taking it forward within their own supply chain. So it's really to encourage the people, give them the right tools. I think that's critical, to give them the right language that they can talk to the people. The guys on the shop floor or the tier 2 suppliers, they will not understand exactly the jargonized language that we use in, let's say, big conferences. So we have to bring the discourse at their level so that they can relate with how their activities are impacting and make it relevant for them. There will always come a question that, hey, is it going to cost me much more? Sustainability, there is a huge psychological block or a barrier. When people listen sustainability, they think, my price is going to go up. Are you going to pay more?
Right.
And let me tell you very candidly, this is an issue which often results in cold feet. The procurement guys really get scared with the word of price increase or cost increase. So how do you then move forward? You have to identify the levers which not always result in price increase. It's a continuum, it's a journey. And when we map these measures, there were a lot of actions which could be implemented in a factory, in the organization, which will result in cost improvement, in savings for the company. There are so many low-hanging fruits like energy efficiency, plugging your wastage, electrification, digitizing your operations, and all of these things improve the overall efficiency on how factories are run. And when you quantify these, you eventually get savings rather than anything to spend by.
Yeah, I've heard a similar comment from a large mining company as well. They found all kinds of efficiencies, and the sustainability professionals working for this large mining company suddenly become stars overnight for reducing costs in what's is sometimes a low margin sector. One more question, since I have 60 seconds left with you. One of the findings of the report that we wrote with Economist Impact was that in some cases, when big companies go to their suppliers and they ask for these new kinds of methodologies, human rights due diligence, for example, to be in place, to be employed, it's led to a consolidation of their suppliers. They're working with a lot fewer suppliers than before. Do you, and for them, that's also problematic. It means the smaller guys lose out because they don't have the capacities, they don't have the money, frankly, to live up to standards. So there's a consolidation in some sectors of how many suppliers. We saw this actually with Nike and others who were originally came on the world stage with labor rights abuses. They reduced the number of suppliers in order to control things better and to work with a better suppliers. Do you think that that's a false response, that that's not required, or do you think, yeah, that could be one of the trade-offs of our approach?
It could be a side effect, not that it's desired. I think the focus of the organization should be, or the big companies should be, to develop tools, methodologies which can be extended to these small and medium scale enterprises. I mean, when we look at our thousands plus suppliers who are in the part of program, 66% of them are small and medium scale enterprises across the regions. And if we just tell them that you do it and come back with the result, it's never going to happen. And then a lot of them will probably fall out. But the trick lies in, and that's where companies need to take the responsibility. Companies need to fix their own house, that they need to create tools, they need to create trainings, they need to equip their business partners who really lack these because of exposure, because of various reasons, because they don't have the flexibility to have specialized teams in their house, so that they can simply adopt and move forward.
It's not inevitable, in other words. It's actually based a lot on decisions of the larger companies,
Absolutely.
the M&Es. What sort of investments are they making to build the capacities in the business partners they already have?
And let me tell you, it's not something which is hugely difficult. There are a lot of tools which are available. There are a lot of methodologies which are available. What we need is the willingness and the interest that the companies have to be on the ground and get the ball moving.
Thank you, Kanishk. Very, very interesting insights there. Let us now move to a different industry, but one which you're well aware of because of all of your upstream partners. Sarah, you've been working in the extractive and mining industry for decades now. Experience in many countries in this region, including Mongolia, which we were just speaking we were speaking about just moments ago with smiles on our face. A wonderful, beautiful country with a substantial, of course, extractives profile in terms of its GDP. And I know that you've probably also noticed how much the country is reliant on coal to keep its engine running, to keep the heat on in this freezing temp in the dark of winter. And you know, I was speaking to some climate mitigation experts about Mongolia, and these are people who are into decarbonization and phasing out of coal, but they also spoke compellingly of the access to energy issue and the need to keep using coal in particular countries and keep it in the energy mix to ensure the inclusion of the poor in development plans, to ensure that the poor don't dip even further below the poverty line. And I said earlier, we're not going to go into depth about the just transition subject matter, but I can't help but ask a mining expert, how is it that we're going to achieve everything that we are setting out to achieve here? We're saying, for example, we're going to have access to energy for the poor. We're going to transition out of fossil fuels. We're also, under the new global biodiversity framework, we're going to conserve 30% of land and seas from development, which will, of course, have important climate impacts, positive ones. How do we balance all three of these needs, if not more, under the heading of just transitions? And know that we've struck that balance correctly. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. And that is a difficult question to unpack, but building off of Kanish's comment about there's no one solution to these issues, I think that's where I'll start. I don't have the exact answer, otherwise I mean, I would be changing things right now, but a comprehensive and multifaceted approach is definitely needed for these types of issues because they are very poignant. And you mentioned Mongolia and the reliance on coal. And because of that too, you have a lot of issues with the health of the population. You see lots of respiratory illness, terrible air quality, especially during the winter months. But I would say, like, just generally, I still believe that we should prioritize sustainable development and not think of it so much as problematic to provide energy to people who don't have otherwise have the resources, or maybe more impoverished communities, but more focused through sustainable development initiatives on reducing energy demand as a whole. And that should be, in my view, where the focus should be also. And through that, so we're talking about more energy efficient technologies, which this topic that we'll discuss about mining, that's where some of these issues come into play. Also, overlapping with mining issues, there's more comprehensive approaches to land management. And this means too that there needs to be participatory development processes in place that are engaging with local communities, Indigenous communities, and making sure that stakeholder engagement is something that's actually substantively happening, as opposed to just these choice words that we like to throw out there. And I think that in that way, energy poverty itself can be addressed. But I kind of would advocate flipping the script a bit on that. And the focus should be, again, like I said, on energy efficiency, energy conservation. And then I think through that, you'll eventually see, without going too much into just transition dialogue, these changes happening.
Yeah, it's interesting, actually. I don't have a perfect recollection, but in that very interesting conversation that we had yesterday on just transitions, reduction of consumption, I don't think was brought up. It wasn't a theme, certainly a strong theme that came up from the conversation, but maybe it should be. Maybe reduction of consumption should be understood under the just transition heading. But sticking to mining here for a moment, mining, the extractive industries are like the essential industry. It is really center of a conversation in many regards in terms of transition conversations. It's essential. It's maybe the number one industry that people are pointing to. Fairly or not. Is it fair or not to judge a country's commitment to regulating its mining industry, and with regard whether that's critical minerals or whether that's more traditional energy minerals like coal? Do we judge a country's commitment to climate action by the way it regulates, it manages, and allows people to participate in conversations about the mining industry?
I mean, I think that's fair. I think there is some potential, though, for bias just depending on a country's capacities. I think in general, when we see a strong and robust regulatory structure in countries with that are mining transition minerals, that's always a positive indicator of their commitment to sustainability. But further than that, I think, what is the enforcement capacity of that regulatory framework within the country, and how strong is the rule of law? Because I have worked in areas where a country does have, we were mentioning earlier, like a really lovely regulatory structure, something that is basically touches on all the points for sustainable development, but it's very difficult for the country itself, for various reasons, to work with that existing regulatory structure from an enforcement capacity, from a management capacity. But I think one of the key things, and I believe Justine touched on this, is transparency, because that's something that countries can do without without these other issues that I said, like how, from a governance perspective, is the country promoting transparency and monitoring of things like anti-corruption and anti-bribery that are commonplace in the extractive industries. And so in that way, I think that we can look at, I would say transparency would be a key indicator to me in deciding whether or not there was an actual commitment to sustainable development.
I like that. You said it was a complicated, I was asking a complicated question at the beginning. I know that I followed up with a second question, but that's a very concrete recommendation there. If we do hold, we may not be able to hold a country's commitment to climate change based on the entire realm of actions it takes with regards to the mining industry, but at least we can look at how transparent the companies operating in that country are, and what the regulatory environment looks like with regards to transparency. You're right, it doesn't take as much resources and other kinds of capacities to enforce that part of it. So maybe we should be focusing on the levels of transparency that can be achieved with regards to the mining industry as a measure. Yeah. I don't know if I did justice to everything you said in that summary there, but allow me, so that we ensure enough time for questions from the room, to turn to our last speaker. Thank you, Sarah, very much. Sarah, you and I have also been on a panel like this before. And in fact, it was last year's RBHR forum, indeed. And well, I recall at that time that I was concerned that there were too many policy directions, that there was too much to talk about, and that I don't know, I have this weird obsession with priorities and roadmaps. And in part, I think it comes from a good place. I want to be able to simplify it when I talk to my 12-year-old with my relatives back home and things like that. I'm still looking for that today. And I understand that, and as I mentioned earlier, you're working on an action brief. And in that action brief, you've, in an early draft that I saw, you've identified at least 18 entry points. 18 entry points with regards to the policy interventions that we can make. Can I ask you again, 1 year later, what are the top 3 most important policy interventions that can be undertaken by government to ensure we make a just transition and meet our climate goals?
Thank you, Sean. So before I go to the entry points, let me start with the climate action framework briefly, because the entry points come from there. So I am proposing a 4-prong climate action framework, which 2 prongs are very well known: mitigation and adaptation. So mitigate, adapt, but the 2 others are remediate and change structures. So I think the entry points are related to these 4 prongs: mitigation, adaptation, remediation, and changing the fundamental structures of development and business models. You mentioned 18 entry points. This is not a number that I got from an astrologer. This is just an illustrative idea that because the causes of climate change are so diverse, we can't just focus on governments and companies. This meeting and all of us are causing climate change. How many selfies I take and how many tweets I do, that has a carbon footprint. How I eat and how much I eat and how much I travel, that has a carbon footprint. So I think if we have to address climate change, in my view, you have to address all these root causes. And that's why that illustrative list of those entry points. Now let me highlight a couple of those to answer your question now. I think the policy coherence is definitely a key attribute. The governments are trying to attract a lot of investment, whether it's for mining or something, other hydropower projects, renewable energy. But often I see is that there is incoherence. They're focusing on attracting investment, but then the climate change is not part of that conversation. So the integration that was discussed earlier has to be, so climate, not just climate justice, but climate issues and considerations, and including biodiversity, the wider questions, they have to be part of the cross-cutting conversations of all policy making. So when states are creating special economic zones, that should be part of the consideration, how those special economic zones will impact climate change. When states are negotiating trade and investment agreements, that should be part of the conversation there. And of course, state-owned enterprises have to lead from the front on that. But I think the policy coherence also has implications for companies. Companies which are claiming to respect human rights, they can't go behind the table and do lobbying to discourage the government from taking positive actions. So this is incoherence. So incoherence is relevant for businesses as well. I think colleagues on the panel already mentioned about transparency and disclosure. I think this is quite crucial. And like we see calories on the food items that I buy, I would like to see the carbon footprint of everything. So the disclosure has to take many different shapes. But I think we should know as consumers that if you buy something, a sandwich or a water bottle, in fact, why should we be buying water in bottles, in fact? I think if there is a potable water available in any jurisdiction, no company should be allowed, in my view, to sell water in plastic bottles at a high price. It's a very simple thing. Energy. I think energy transition is crucial, but it has to be responsible. And I think that is the struggle. And I think that is where the issues about exploitation in supply chains, issues about environmental pollution, issues about just transition going to become very, very crucial. And if I could quickly mention, we need a new model of development. Often we talk about people-centered development, and I will question it, because people often are part of the problem. We are not looking at planet, we are not looking at nature, because we are self-serving human beings most of the time. So I will propose planet planet-centered model of development. If we can secure the planet, people and biodiversity will be secured automatically. So that is the idea. We should start living in harmony with nature. We were talking about morning about participation. How do we ensure that the nature is able to participate in the decision-making processes, not merely people? And I think that is where the experiences of indigenous peoples all over the world will be very, very crucial. And of course, we need to change business models. Should we be eating apples which are transported 8,000 miles? These are the questions we should be asking. Thank you.
Very powerful responses. I knew it would be. And it kind of is a different way of looking at our bottom-up approaches, where we're talking with regards to bottom-up approaches, mostly about consultation with affected groups. But what about consultations with consumers, with people as individuals? What about focusing too, perhaps on the middle class, the emerging middle class, about their buying habits? Maybe new rounds of work involve behavioral change with more deliberation and more focus. Maybe new phases of work involve much wider engagement with the public in terms of communications work, maybe reducing our consumption patterns or changing those consumption patterns. By the way, Thailand has great apples right here. You don't have to buy the ones that are flown from the north, from the country that my mother comes from. Anyways, I grew up with Fuji apples, but I've since weaned myself off. Wonderful. Let me ask you another question. Sorry, I know that I have a few more minutes left with you. And also coming off of our last conversation on a similar panel. The last question of the last forum with you was, it's a pregnant pause, it's on purpose. I asked you whether the UN guiding principles in the context of climate change was fit for purpose, noting, of course, that climate change doesn't make a presence in the guiding principles. Are the UN guiding principles still fit for purpose in this new era? Your answer at that time was rather cheeky, if I may. You said it was a good first step. But now I want to ask you, because I have more time, we have 3 minutes. If it was a good first step, what's the second step then? Do we need a new framework? Are you working on a new framework with your mandate under right to development? How do we give shape to the 18, forget the number 18, but 18 entry points for action that you've identified in this draft?
I think we definitely need a new framework or a different framework, because even if climate change is impacting all human rights, we should not ignore the fact that climate change is a different animal. It is not human rights due diligence, the typical approach that the UN guiding principles are proposing, because there are challenges in terms of causation. A company can very easily identify how it is causing, contributing, and directly linked to adverse human rights impacts. It is much more complicated in relation to climate change, because each and every company is causing that climate change. And how do you make that causal connection that this mine in one particular state has caused this sea rise 2 millimeters in the Philippines? How do you make that causal connection? So perhaps we need to develop different models of human rights due diligence. For instance, can companies operating in a particular sector or companies operating in a particular country do due diligence together rather than individually, because that is the model the guiding principles propose. Similar challenges arise in relation to consultation. How would a company consult 7 billion people? Because everyone is impacted by what a company is doing anywhere in the world. And I think that's where we need to think outside the box of UN guiding principles, because we are talking about different dynamic here. And of course, it also raises questions about corporate accountability and the accountability of the government. The key discussion issue in the context of climate change now is about loss and damage. I think some of the panelists earlier were talking about just transition. So if the poor people rely on coal, they will die out of hunger or because of the cold weather if there is no coal there. So someone in the global north, the company is there, they would have to ensure that this just transition takes place. So they need money. They need also technology. Who has this technology? These companies have this technology. So we have to bring those issues here. And I think those issues, in my view, are not captured adequately by the UN guiding principles. They provide the starting point, But it will be a huge mistake for us to think that any one instrument is the answer. These instruments are the means, they are not the end. Thank you.
A great way to end the first part of our session today, the panel, the formal panel conversation. UNGP, I understand more now what you meant by UNGP is a good first step. You're saying we need to also take other steps outside the framework, and no one framework is going to help us meet all the challenges alone. Here at UNDP, we will remain rooted in our work with the guiding principles until we're given new standards to work under. We still think there's a lot more to unpack with regards to the guiding principles, with regards to government policy in particular, not enough being leveraged, for example, with regards to the export licensing and promotion, what have you. There's a lot to still unpack in the guiding principles, and we'll be focusing there. But let's, let us now open this conversation up. We have a packed room here today, and I see a lot of people have been paying attention and not on their cell phones. I've noticed. I want to say thank you. A lot of people are focused on this conversation. I'm grateful for that. So I know we're going to have really well-informed questions. So I'll take three, and please, as you raise your hand, please identify yourself and then point the question, if you would, to a panelist, and keep your question as short as possible. Please. I see one here, and then we'll move. There was a behind the photographer, a gentleman there, and then this first row in the corner here, and then we'll move from there. Okay, ma'am. Can you speak into the microphone so that our live cast can capture the bottom right corner of there? Thank you.
Hi, thank you. This was very informative. I'm from Pakistan. I work with climate change law and policy. And my question is, I'd just like some expert opinion on this. So for the developing world or the agricultural world, I find that even though we are living climate change on a daily basis and we are cognizant of it, but the governments tend to sort of shield behind the narrative that the agricultural world isn't responsible for global greenhouse gas emissions, which is completely factual and true. But I think this sort of gives them a license to shirk off the responsibility that they should be taking at a domestic, at a national level. How do you think we should balance this? Like, how should less polluting countries sort of tally the work that they should be doing for their people, whilst also holding the developed world responsible? Thank you.
And your name again was?
Sarah.
Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. Next question in the back, sir.
Hi, I'm Johnson German, representing coastal indigenous people in India, South India, actually. Moderator actually mentioned about the climate crisis, also human rights crisis. But I also mentioned that I add to that, maybe it is an industrialization or modernization crisis as well, because part of the industrialization, we are actually polluting climate. And like Suryadeva mentioned, we should take responsibility about that. So when you mention about this entry points, I think the first entry points, as you suggested, should be also root causes of the climate change. So when we think about this, indigenous people are very important because indigenous people important. Why? For three grounds. One, they have the climate change knowledge holders. Not only the traditional knowledge, but they also know about climate change because they are the people largely engaged with nature, and they know the changes happening in the nature.
Can we have your question, sir? I'm sorry to cut you off and make sure other people have their chance too.
Yeah, so what I'm saying that the indigenous people should be considered as equal partners when these climate action discussions happen, because they are also the frontline experiences of what's happening in the climate change. They are also able to make a lot of contributions when we do about climate actions. So that is my point.
Thank you very much. And again, sir, your name? Johnston. Thank you very much, Johnston. Ma'am, here on the corner.
Thank you so much. My name is Zenia Aurora, and I'm representing the Children and Youth Major Group of the United Nations Environment Program. My question is to Mr. Surya and to Mr. Negi. When you talk about moving from passivity to a still willingness, there's a lot of considerations that go into it. You talked about drawing backward linkages. You also talked about ensuring that climate change is integrated into the costs, both fixed and variable costs that the businesses encounter. So my question really comes down to A, how do you integrate human rights with cost to business? And move beyond ensuring that these costs are not just considered in terms of CSR, but also in terms of, say, the energy that is being used, energy efficiency was mentioned. So how do you change that narrative of costs, A? B, there's also a lot of asymmetrical devices of conservation that companies employ. So one thing is compensatory afforestation, right? So you're taking out 100 trees from a particular location, that community around on the peripheries of the area is impacted, but you're planting 1,000 elsewhere and you're advertising it as a very major step that you're taking towards climate action. Now that is a highly problematic strategy, and I would personally categorize that as greenwashing. So in these two scenarios, how do you A, integrate the costs and change the narrative, and B, what strategies do you advise the common folk, the layman, to employ to understand how to differentiate between greenwashing companies and brands and between real action that is taking place? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, so let's turn to those three questions. I'm very glad I'm not on the spot. There are some very pointed questions being put to us. Let's start with Sarah's question first. Who here on the panel? Since Sarah, you didn't actually identify someone to speak to. Who will take that for us? Going once? There we go. Soria's got it. Thank you.
I mean, one of the entry points in the draft brief is about how we grow crops. So agriculture, how we grow it, is definitely part of the equation. And I think that would also raise questions about, should we be eating more plant-based food? Because the carbon footprint of feeding cattle that will be used for meat is definitely much more higher footprint. So I think those are the questions that will definitely be arising. But I think we also need to bear in mind right to food here. So many of these farmers are not merely growing food or crops to make money out of it. They're also growing it for their own livelihood. So I think we have to keep that also in mind. And I think that's where the policy coherence issue that I was talking about is going to become crucial. And if I could quickly bring in the last question also, yes. Is that okay?
Please.
Yeah, so I think that's where, in my view, participation is crucial. It's not consultation. I would like to differentiate it. So in participation, it is bottom up. The agency is with the people. Now, one difficulty that I see often in policy making is that people make decisions sitting in an air-conditioned room in the capital of a country. And the people on the ground are at most consulted on the terms set by those people. And that is part of the problem. And that's where indigenous peoples and others, youth, and the future generations will become crucial for climate change. So we need to develop a new model of decision making, which involves people on the ground bottom up. And that's where the tree issue that you gave example, I think some places it may be necessary to fall those 100 trees. Not always, but in some cases it may be, because that is the decision community has to take, right? But then the question is, to what extent those decisions are taken by people on the ground, and that is very crucial. I never forget one incident about India. So I went to a coal-fired electricity plant 10 years back in Odisha. So I was standing on this street. On my left hand is this mega electricity plant, about 1,000 megawatt. On my right side are some people living in jhuggies, small huts. They did not have the electricity. So the land on which the power plant is generated, these people did not have the electricity. That is the model we want to question, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see whether there is with regards to Johnston's question, any more thoughts from our panel? Justine, were you making a move? No, okay. Okay. Oh, Kanishka, I'm sorry, I didn't, indeed. Please, Kanishka.
Thank you so much for that question. I think it's extremely important for companies to not look at the issues around sustainability from a unidirectional lens. They have to take an integrated approach. You cannot simply look at the environmental impact or the climate impact or the human rights impact. When companies are looking at the impact, they have to look at it from a 360-degree perspective consider the scope of activities. What is the environmental impact? What are the environmental hazards? What are the human rights impacts, intersections that our activities are creating? And put them on table and then create your strategy to address them. And once you do that, you will end up implementing or putting in initiatives or programs or interventions which will be aimed at addressing those concerns. And since I work with procurement organization, I'm part of supply chain function within Schneider Electric. What we did was 3 years back, we looked at what are the intersections of supply chain operations, of procurement operations on all of these elements. And we created something which is called as a sustainable procurement framework, identifying interventions for each of these. And then these requirements were communicated to all our suppliers in an integrated manner, not in a, let's say, in an isolation or in a segregated manner. And the supplier knows that the climate action, or let's say the zero carbon project where they have to reduce their emissions, is as equally important as the decent work program, where we are talking about living wages, where we are talking about gender neutral wages and migrant worker rights. So it has to be an integrated approach. Companies have to go out to their stakeholders with this combined approach and tell them each of these are important. And how to identify what is greenwashing or not, I think the audience has a huge responsibility to understand and analyze the response that the companies are giving. Not just go by flashy headlines or go by beautiful reports or the conferences that companies are sponsoring. They have to look at what are the actions implemented, what are the details of it, what are the outcomes coming from it, what are the interventions that have been implemented, and how many suppliers or actions have gained traction because of all of this. And combining all these efforts, one has to make an assessment whether this looks like a realistic thing or it probably is greenwashing. And do not hesitate to reach out to companies. Ask the questions directly. There are ample of opportunities or let's say the contact details which are available in public domain. So people should reach out directly, because if there are more and more questions on accountability, companies will also be forced to take a much more serious look on these issues.
Thank you. Justine.
Just on the greenwashing point, I think you raise a really good point that the movement is threatened to be hijacked by this. And when we all spoke about transparency, I think it's not transparency for transparency's sake, it's accuracy of information. So while I agree that the consumer has a role, the primary responsibility has to be on the business to provide accurate information. We can assess it, but if they're just providing us with crap, then we're just flooding the market with inaccurate information. So human rights, environmental due diligence is going to ask for greater transparency, but we don't just want realms of information that have no bearing or relationship to reality. So we do have, we do have a role where we can push back against companies, but companies have to understand that it is their responsibility to provide accurate information, and otherwise they should be sued for misrepresentation.
Thanks. I'm going to turn it over to Sarah for her reflections.
I just wanted to address Johnston's point on Indigenous peoples, especially in the mining context, because that's always a serious issue. Some of the research that I've been doing lately has been on the idea of the creation of mining contracts and how, at what point, like mining communities are involved in establishing these community agreements. And usually that comes after already a mining contract has been executed between a state and a mining company. And so I think that that would be, to me, like an exemplary entry point of where we can see some structural inequalities that directly impact Indigenous communities and local mining communities as well, that needs to be addressed. But the contractual process isn't usually brought up in the climate change context, but I think that it needs to be, because it can perpetuate power imbalances that then translate into issues when dealing with climate change impacts on the ground. And I'm sure that you're already aware of most of what I'm saying, but just to reiterate the importance of Indigenous communities, especially in the mining context, is that communities themselves are best equipped to determine their climate risks and how best to approach like what would help with the community's climate resilience. And I still think that there's kind of a top-down approach in the mining context with regard to this, where companies is sort of not engaging in a balanced way with the community to determine those things, but looking at their own climate risks as a company and not necessarily incorporating the community's risks themselves into the company's climate risk assessment. And so I think that there are lots of entry points still to engaging with Indigenous peoples in the mining context that could promote climate change resilience.
Thank you, Sarah, and thanks for those responses. I only have about 10 minutes left, so I'm going to take up Ms. Kubir's question, and then any other questions from this side of the room? You, and then, sir, I haven't heard from you in any of the sessions yet, so Ms. Kabir, the lady I just pointed to in the blue, and this gentleman, where did he go? There you are. 1, 2, and 3, and now we'll have to wrap up our conversation. Please, the floor is yours, Ms. Kabir.
Thank you. Very interesting conversation. Actually, part of my question has been asked by Lilia. So I just want to be wild, and perhaps we could all, these are lawyers. Is it possible to take a public interest litigation collectively on my right to life? The entire emission pollution is harming my right to life, and there are so many UN conventions, and it's part of the Universal Declaration and national legislation and constitutions. So is that a way forward if we are looking at reparation and action? But on another point, which is when we're talking about disclosure, we are asking about emissions, and national governments, my government, where I come from, we have minimal emission. And we take pride in that, but we are going down the path of the existing models of energy development. And we do have energy poverty, and I agree with Sarah that it should be about energy efficiency. But the consumption of energy by the women, the girls, the children is so minimal. And unless the businesses target both the just transition from that perspective and giving the alternatives to those communities, they will again be pushed into poverty, both energy poverty and all other aspects, and there will be discrimination. So inherent this gender-based discrimination based on your ethnicity exists, and then on top of that, this will marginalize. So what does the panel think? Shall we go wild and do a public interest litigation?
Thank you very much for that question. Ma'am in the blue?
Thank you for taking my question. So this question is mainly for the panelists who are in the legal profession. I'm curious to hear your thoughts about transboundary issues. For example, air pollution from coal or from agricultural practices or waste discharge in rivers. This is something that, moves across boundaries. And with this concept of the law of proportionality, I'm curious to know your thoughts about how do you ensure that climate action efforts from not just companies, but other actors as well are proportional and fair.
Thank you. And then the final question from this gentleman here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. For me, the reality in IP community, in Indigenous community, we maintain the ecological balance of our society. We respect everything in our mother nature because we need mother nature to live. We are the least contributor of carbon footprints, I believe. We are the least contributor. But in the Philippines, I am a Filipino. In the Philippines, for me, as I am talking as indigenous people, the primary or the main violators of human rights, speaking of indigenous people's rights, is the government, to be frank. So because they allowed illegal mining, illegal loggings, and uh, destructive development inside the ancestral domain without FPIC or FP. And my question is, are the government really serious taking this problem, global problem, the climate change? And my second question is, what is our step to put them, the government, to put them in a serious action?
Thank you. Thank you very much for those three questions. I didn't know, I don't recall registering anyone in particular being pointed out. Maybe I'll start with Grip since you didn't speak of the last one. Can you address me the transboundary question? Any others that you'd like to address? Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you for those questions. I think that's the problem with having too many lawyers in the room. You know? But kidding aside, to start with the PIL question, I think many experts actually have said that it's quite possible, and there are some international lawyers who are actually exploring the possibility of, let's say, there is that ICJ a request for an ICJ opinion, for example, on climate rights and climate action, an ICJ opinion on the responsibilities of government. Although legal experts are mixed on the impact of that climate action, but I think the importance of these types of litigation, public interest litigation, is that whether you use your right to life provisions in your constitution, or for example, your constitution does provide for environment, and if I recall correctly, a handful of constitutions, especially the newer ones, actually provide for climate rights already, like the ones in the Pacific. Nepal, for example, if not mistaken, has a reference already to climate change impacts. Yeah. So taking all these together will actually form this legal basis for pushing for public interest litigation on climate action. Turning to the transboundary issue, and I think this is where looking at it from a wider justice perspective of how climate impacts and other transboundary issues, like, let's say, you mentioned pollution. Here in our backyard in ASEAN, illegal waste shipments are a common problem in several countries, and that does become a transboundary issue. I think to deal with that, well, litigation is one, of course. Litigation is always there, but moving towards pushing for to borrow Professor Surya's words of policy coherence at the regional level. You know, there have been calls for ASEAN countries, for example, to have a common stand on illegal waste shipments, to perhaps have a regional agreement to stop illegal waste shipments or to lessen transboundary movement of waste into the region, and this is where so it's not just climate litigation, and as I mentioned earlier, climate litigation is just one of the tools in your arsenal. This is where advocacy and campaigning can come into play to address more of these transboundary issues. ASEAN, for example, does not have a regional mechanism or a regional court or tribunal to deal with environment or climate issues. Of course, there are opportunities to go to other international tribunals, but as Sean mentioned in my comment in the report, building up these cases, finding the resources is always a challenge for community organizations, for those at the front lines of climate change. And lastly, to my kababayan's comment, I think this is where, of course, we already had discussions on indigenous people's rights, and I think it's the starting point really is to recognize that IPs, indigenous peoples, are a key vulnerable group, one of the main vulnerable groups, and this is where the change in development model has to come in. They're not only a vulnerable population, they're not only marginalized, but I think we have to look at them as partners in development. I think someone mentioned about how they can actually offer the solutions on how we manage resources. Sarah was talking about how they can actually, they know what the impacts are to their communities. Their challenges have been passed on through generation, and I think this is where governments should change how they deal deal with marginalized groups like indigenous peoples. That's why, and I have to agree that oftentimes they are seen as the quote unquote the violators, because if they approve the contracts without consulting, proper consultation, without genuine and transparent FPIC processes, then that will create that impression that the government is not really protecting the rights of all its citizens, especially the vulnerable, marginalized indigenous peoples. Thank you.
Thank you, Grip. And I just have time for one more response to the three questions that were asked. Do I have any takers? Kanishk?
As I'm not a lawyer, probably I can take the easy question and to respond to Farah's thing. I think companies who operate supply chains, they have a huge responsibility here to raise the ambition of the companies in their supply chain going beyond what the national ambition is. And they need to, let's say, extend the tools, capacity building, incentives in the business for the entities in supply chain to go beyond what their current national ambitions are and strive for a higher degree of emission reduction. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to summarize in the next 60 seconds and with a purpose. I'm going to try, or at least I'm going to try. But before I do that, I just want to thank everybody for your engagement today. I really meant it about the cell phones. I'm still not seeing a lot of people with cell phones in their hands, and it's impressive to me. But look, here's some things for you to try out. Rather, here's some things to take to your next session and take home and take back to your offices, your places of work. Some of the key themes to come up today was language, whether we're speaking the same language. That's where we started, certainly. And we learned that, in fact, yes, we're starting to come closer, where the climate change and human rights communities are coming closer in agreeing language. There was also this theme too from Kinesh of speed. I felt speed in everything that Kinesh said. Speed over accuracy. So businesses in particular need to just start working at this. Don't wait for the perfect solutions. Just keep trying and learn by doing. But perhaps intention with that was the notion from Sarah that we need to have comprehensive approaches to addressing essential sectors like the extractives. And what she meant with regards to that was many things, but indeed participatory approaches will help inform those comprehensive approaches. And then that we will find that balance between the competing interests under the just transition heading. Further to that, the theme of capacity came up more than once. In terms of countries, and speaking with Sarah, you said that some countries have eloquent plans in place to make this transition, but capacity is a problem, and countries can't always live up to expectations. Patience will be required, as will resources. I think Kaneshka also spoke to providing capacity to business partners to bring them on the journey with you, your suppliers. Other things, Surya Devo spoke about many things, but always one of his, well, I should say not always, but one of your central themes is always our agency, the agency of the people in this room, the agency of people to make the change. Don't wait for corporations to make decisions, to do the right thing. Don't wait for government to come up with the laws and enforce those laws, but we ourselves must act. And I heard again repeated that we need a change in the development narrative. And of course, Dr. David, you're in a very good place with your new mandate, the right to development, to start that conversation. I hope you'll bring us, the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, and this community here along on your journey. There were several things that weren't brought up, though, that I would have liked to have brought up maybe in a different session if we had more time. Loss and damage was just touched on briefly. That's a subject we need to unpack with more deliberation. The topic of gender, I'm very glad it was brought up from the floor. That's why these question and answer periods are so critical. We need to start talking about the gendered, taking a gendered lens to these conversations. What are women's priorities with regards to subjects like just transition? We'll certainly do that. I was glad to have too this mention of the Vanuatu case. We should all be watching the ICJ very closely. What are the outcomes there? It will be an indicator of global commitment, among other things. But these are all topics that I hope that we will talk about at our corporate accountability, corporate sustainability and environmental rights in Asia conference on 4 and 5 October. It's going to take place in this room and others at this facility. I hope you will block those dates in your calendar, be prepared to participate, to attend, to contribute to the conversation that we intend to have then with our partners at UNEP, the European Union, and the government of Sweden. With that, thank you very much, everyone, for a very fruitful conversation. Look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you, everyone. Just a few quick housekeeping announcements. I'm so sorry. I know I'm holding you back from lunch, just a few moments. So lunch will end at 2 p.m. Kindly note that there will be 2 sessions, again, downstairs here in CR3 and CR4 at 2 p.m. Thank you so much, and looking forward to connecting with you all.
Test.
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the panel. I know people are just finishing their lunch, so they will start to roll in, but I think we'll kick off the conversation. And this is going to be a conversation, right? So get your questions ready, because after we've done with some initial questions and framing with our panelists, we'll open the floor and get some questions and insight and example and some strategic thinking from the floor, which I'm sure we'll be glad to hear from. So first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Art Prapar. I'm Senior Program Manager for Corporate Accountability at the Freedom Fund. If you don't know the Freedom Fund, we are a global fund with the sole purpose of helping to end modern slavery around the world. We partner with frontline organizations, investors, government, research institutions to make sure that the world is free of modern slavery. In the corporate accountability portfolio, we invest and fund cutting-edge corporate accountability-based program to shift corporate behavior as a driver of forced labor and modern slavery in the global supply chain. I'm very delighted to welcome you all to this very timely and important conversation on advancing corporate accountability strategies on human rights, taking stock from Asia. So I think the purpose of today's conversation is really to step on the balcony. And I like this analogy because many times people in the room here are activists, academics, advocates who are working really hard and pursuing these corporate accountability strategies. But 12 years after the UNGPs were endorsed by the United Nations and countries around the world, it is very timely for us to get on the balcony and see what was going on the dance floor. So that's the purpose of today's conversation. Key questions that we have in mind is, what went well in terms of corporate accountability strategies? What didn't go so well? How do we make sure that we can adapt to the changing environment and changing climate and changing strategies on corporate accountability? How do we be more strategic about working with frontline partners and organizations, putting them front and center in our strategy? And what does success look like? And what could it look like in the future? So those are the overarching questions that I have. And before I turn to introduce the panelists, I call them an all-star panel because I'm very, very excited to have them here. I wanted to get a sense of the audience in the room. Let's see a show of hands of how many people, how many organizations have actually pursued some kind of corporate accountability strategies in the past. Can I see a show of hands? Okay. Right, we have several people who have actually conducted and pursued corporate accountability strategies. And how many people are quite curious about the term and what it means and thinking about pursuing this strategy in your organization? Can I have a show of hands, please? Right, an equal number. That's fantastic. And hopefully we'll address some of the questions that you may have in mind and some of the examples that could be helpful for you to think forward about what works and what doesn't work. Because strategy is about trade-off. And I think that's the conversation that we are going to have today as well. As a moderator, that leaves me another important job of introducing the panelists. Let me start with my far left person, Mr. Bram Press, who is the Executive Director of MAP Foundation. MAP Foundation is a frontline CSO that has been supporting migrant workers to bring legal cases to address some of the grievance mechanisms, some of unpaid wages, and making sure that they are getting fair compensation. So Bram today is going to help us to share from a perspective of frontline organization, what does corporate accountability mean? How did he implement the strategy? Why did he choose strategy X versus strategy Y? Then on my left, we have Professor Surya Deva. Professor Surya is a professor of law at Macquarie University, Macquarie Law School. He also directs the Business and Human Rights Access to Justice Lab. He's based in Australia. He just recently started his role as the UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Development in May of 2022. But many of you may, May of 2023, I'm jumping ahead of myself. And many of you may recognize him from his role as the working group member of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights, which his mandate was from 2016 to 2022. And then to my right, I have my friend here, Martina Vandenberg, who is the founder and president of the Human Trafficking Legal Center based in Washington, D.C. in the United States. Martina has spent over the last 2 decades fighting human trafficking, forced labor, violence against women, and helping to investigate some of the most groundbreaking investigation on forced labor and human trafficking around the world. The places that I could go on, but the list is the Russian Federations, Kosovo, Bosnia, Uzbekistan, and Ukraine. Martina is also a Rhodes Scholar and a Truman Scholar. Last but not least, we have Mr. J.C. Kim. J.C. is senior researcher from the Advocates for Public Interest Law based in Seoul, South Korea. J.C. was named in 2016 by the Korean Bar Association as the best public interest lawyer of the year. In 2018, he was awarded Human Trafficking in Person Report Hero. He has helped to champion some of the investigation, some of the corporate accountability strategy work against Korean multinational as well as other global multinationals around the world. So as you can see, we have a very highly experienced global litigators and practitioner. We have a global expert and thought leader on human trafficking and investigation and forced labor. We have a leading academics in the field, and we also have a perspective of the frontline organization. Without further ado, and just to go to my first question, Surya, we have equally the number of people who haven't actually pursued corporate accountability strategy in the room and the people who have. I wonder whether we can start on the foundational step about the definition. What do we mean by corporate accountability in this context and right now?
I think defining any term is complicated and it's difficult to get a universal definition, but to simplify things, corporate accountability to me means all the pathways and strategies to hold companies accountable, responsible for their adverse impact on human rights, their human rights abuses in the broad sense. So that will include all the labor rights issues and human rights issues and environmental issues and now climate change increasingly. But I would also like to comment on how do we see the correlation between access to remedy and corporate accountability. And I prefer to frame it in terms of access to remedy, and I will give my reason for that. So first reason is corporate accountability is not a human right. Access to remedy is. So if we articulate this as an access to remedy as a human right, it imposes corresponding duties and obligations on the other actors, including the states and private actors and development financial institutions, so on and so forth. So I normally prefer to use the term access to remedy, and that includes definitely corporate accountability. And my starting point for this is the basic principles and guidelines on access to remedy, where they talk about this idea of full and effective reparation. So because we need to unpack what access to remedy is. Of course, it has procedural and substantive elements, which I will not go into, but I will try to briefly mention those 5 elements, what makes it full and effective reparation. So these 5 elements are restitution. Second is compensation. I mean, most of the people in this room will know about compensation already. Third is rehabilitation. And I think that becomes quite relevant if people have been displaced because of a development project, or in future it could be about climate-induced migration. So rehabilitation is going to become quite relevant. Then the fourth element is satisfaction. And I think the satisfaction is, again, is a broad basket. It will cover, for instance, administrative sanctions, prosecution, and all this. And the final point is guarantees of non-repetition. Because often what we see is that a company does a wrong thing, and even if the fine is imposed, that company may do a cost-benefit analysis, and they may repeat the same thing again after 1 year or 2 years or in a different jurisdiction. So how do we ensure that these offenders provide a guarantee that they will not repeat this? So we are not talking about a systemic shift often. Do I talk about the trends or?
Yes. Yes, and I think the follow-up question before we turn it to Martina is, what are some of the major key trends and development that you have been observing in this space in terms of some of the strategies in existence? Thank you.
So I'll be very quick, Art, but I would like to have 5 or 6 quick points in terms of the litigation strategy or other strategies to hold companies accountable. First of all, I see a new South-South cases of accountability. Typical cases have been filed in Europe and North America, Canada, and all that. But interestingly, I see in the last couple of years that cases are being pursued within the Global South about issues that are happening here. So it's not that the issues of the Global South are going to the courts and the systems in the Global North always. And that is a welcome step in my view. And I'll give 3 examples, so I'm not just making it up. The Metropole case about a Thai sugar company and the impact in Cambodia. So all these 3 examples are transnational dimensions. So you have a company from one jurisdiction, impact is somewhere else, and that case is being pursued here. So that is first case. The second case is Formosa case. The Formosa case was litigated in Taiwan, and the High Court of Taiwan dealt with this case, and it related to a company in Vietnam. So again, a transnational case. The third case is Montara case. So this case was filed in Australia, but it related to an Indonesian spill and the farmers in Indonesia getting impacted by the spill of this Australian company. So these 3 examples show to me that you don't always need to go to Europe and US. I'm not saying either or, but what I'm saying is that you see this interesting trend that the lawyers in Asia are experimenting and innovating, that we can try to experiment something here. The second trend I see is that there's a growing network between the global north and the grassroots organizations in the global south. Earlier that was not there. So you only have international organizations doing what they think is right for the countries in the global south. But I see a small shift that they are trying to partner with the community-based local NGOs and collaborating together. The other dimension I see which is problematic is that civic space is shrinking. That is problematic, right? So that collaboration between the global north organizations and the community-based organizations is not facilitated, because often the governments in Asia are saying, oh, you are collaborating with that NGO sitting in Europe and you are harming the national interest by this litigation. So I see also that the other dimension of it. The third thing I see is that litigation is creatively being combined with what I will call pressure points. So these pressure points could be media, can be used as an ally. These could be civil society advocacy, some social media campaign, increasingly hashtag campaigns are being taken, or sometimes it could be complaints even to non-judicial institutions that is happening. The other issue I want to briefly mention is about the impact of mandatory due diligence legislation. Most of these are coming out of Europe, but they will have implications for people and access to remedy issues in the global south. Because those legislation will either give the standing, let us say German legislation. It explicitly talks about a situation that a German trade union can file a case in Germany if the workers or others are impacted by the German company's operations anywhere in the world. So even if the case is going to be filed in Germany, it required the German trade union to do the partnership on the ground. And that's an encouraging sign in my view. So I think that is going to be quite dynamic going forward, that litigation may be on the basis of these legislation in Europe. And my last point is, and I will stop with that, I still see significant power imbalances. And I'm using the term power imbalances in a broad sense. So the imbalance is about access to information, resources, expertise. And because of that, people and communities continue to struggle. But thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Surya. Those are really helpful insights in setting the stage and setting the scene for us. I think the theme coming through South-South cooperation, North-South cooperation, some of the risks that are associated with corporate accountability, some of the impact of legislation in the global North having on the ground communities in the global South. Do they resonate with what you have experienced, Martina?
Absolutely, I agree completely. But in terms of this definition of accountability, I want to frame this differently and talk about what accountability is not. And accountability is not impunity. And impunity is what we have now. When the Palermo Protocol, the human trafficking protocol, was negotiated about 24 years ago, the idea was that there would be criminal accountability for those who engaged in forced labor. But as we look now in 2023 at the numbers of criminal prosecutions, according to the US State Department, there were 1,379 forced labor prosecutions in the entire world in 2021. And of those, only 73 criminal prosecutions for forced labor were in the Asia Pacific region. So if we are trying to prosecute our way to accountability, we are waiting for Godot. It will not happen. And so many of us have looked to alternative methods to obtain accountability. That said, we can't abandon criminal prosecution. If we look at, for example, the comparative of bribery, bribery used to be ubiquitous, just as forced labor is ubiquitous. In fact, bribery was tax deductible in West Germany before the OECD treaty on bribery. So we can't abandon criminal remedies in order to get corporate accountability, but we need to think more broadly. And when I think of corporate accountability, I think of two prongs. I think of punishment and I think of remedy. We do have to hold countries accountable for not holding their corporations accountable. We have to hold countries accountable because ultimately the states have that power to enforce. But in the absence of criminal prosecutions around the globe, many of us have searched out other tools, such as two trends that I want to point to briefly. One is the trend of strategic litigation. And the Human Trafficking Legal Center, the organization that I run, has a database of every single case filed in the US federal courts under the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act. That is the law that criminalizes forced labor, not just forced labor in the United States, but forced labor that is extraterritorial, that occurs in other countries where there is a nexus to the United States. In the database, what we see are 676 cases filed, alleging both forced labor or sex trafficking. Interestingly enough, there's a nexus here with Asia because we count the number of cases filed by the nationality of the plaintiff. And the first ranking country is the Philippines. The second is Mexico, but the third is India. That mechanism, the ability to file a civil case on behalf of plaintiffs, on behalf of victims of forced labor in US federal courts, while not perfect, does do those two prongs. Number one, it is punishment for those companies. And number two, it does result in a remedy. Based on our own data, in all, since the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act permitted civil lawsuits, which happened in 2003, plaintiffs have won $286,637,605. So $286 million in damages. Now, I hasten to add that those are public judgments and public settlements and they do not account for the many private settlements that are held confidential and not counted in that number. So strategic litigation is one option, and it can be transnational, it can be in US courts, or it can be South-South as well. But the work that we're doing in the US courts to stop forced labor in global supply chains, I think, is an important feature of corporate accountability now. The second trend, which is quite new and quite, I think, innovative, is the use of import bans. And import bans really only became viable after 2015, when the United States amended the Tariff Act of 1930, a law that has existed since 1930, that was then amended in 2015 to allow petitioners, and by petitioners I mean all of you, by petitioners I mean rights holders, by petitioners I mean individuals held in forced labor, civil society organizations, international organizations. The Tariff Act of 1930, Section 307, permits petitioners to file with the US government to block goods that are tainted by forced labor from entering the US market. Last year, the US government blocked approximately $1 billion worth of imports from coming into the United States based on the Tariff Act and also based on the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, an acknowledgement of the forced labor and genocide that's occurring in Xinjiang. So those two trends, I think, are enormously important. One trend that I would point to, though, just in closing, is that a Tariff Act, an import ban in one country is not enough, because all of those goods blocked at the US border can simply be transshipped to Mexico, to Canada, to Europe, to any other more welcoming destination. And so what we are seeking now are global import bans. Our goal is for there to be no safe harbor for goods made with forced labor anywhere in the global economy.
Thank you so much, Martina. Very ambitious, but much necessary. So Martina laid out some of the major trends on corporate accountability to talk about the tools like strategic litigation and how you can adopt the two-pronged approach of punishment and remedies, and also how we can leverage some of the import ban mechanisms at the global level, working actually with frontline organizations from across the world. But largely, systemic change. How do we create that system change to make sure that goods tainted by forced labor do not go to the safe harbor? So those are really much the global trends, the tools, the definition that Surya and Martina kindly put on the table. I'd like to take us now to more practical examples in the region. So we're sitting here in Bangkok. A lot of this work is not new, but I have to say some of it requires some unique perspective and strategy in order to make it work in this context. So I would like to turn to Bram, the Executive Director of MAP Foundation. Bram, MAP Foundations have really executed many legal strategies against multinationals sourcing products from Thailand and in the region, have exploited migrant workers throughout the process. Your organization have stood up for migrant worker rights, taking them to make sure that the companies are accountable to some of the practices. Can you give us some insight and some stock taking in terms of some of the mechanisms that you have adopted in the past?
Okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to point out that MAP Foundation is a grassroots organization. So we work more directly with the migrant workers themselves, and we focus on finding remedy for the workers. We've had some experience over the years in this corporate accountability, but I wouldn't say that it's an integral part of our strategy at least when we started. It's now becoming more so. But what we've done is we've always pursued cases at the local level first. So when we've had cases such as the Ganlayani case or VK Garment, we've always gone forward and gone through the local grievance mechanisms, such as the filing with the Labor Protection Office, and then following up with the labor courts. We rely on the technical expertise of other NGOs, such as HRDF, who's in the room, and we then pursue the case as far as can go. We've then had experience where there are brands that we've identified that are sourcing from that factory. And we've gone ahead and reached out to more of our international networks. So we are a part of the Clean Clothes Campaign network, for example, and we work closely with Workers' Rights Consortium. So these other international level organizations then have helped to connect us to these corporations that are usually abroad, usually in either Europe or in the US. And so we then have put pressure on these companies. For example, in the Ganlayani case, it was Starbucks, Disney, Tesco UK, and NBC Universal, who we put pressure on. And the Business and Human Rights Resource Center was also instrumental in reaching out and negotiating with these companies. We were able to finish up that claim through a mix of, I think, timing as well as the social media pressure that Clean Clothes Campaign was putting out, especially on NBC Universal, as the Golden Globes award ceremony was closing in and they were threatening to do something big. We have another case called VK Garment, which is sourcing from, the buyer is Tesco UK, and through the Freedom Fund, we helped, they helped us connect with a legal unit in the UK called Layday, and Layday helped file a case against Tesco UK and a social auditing firm called Intertech. The reason that we put Intertech in there is because they had done a social audit a couple of years prior during the period of the claim, where they found that there were no rights violations against the migrant workers. Therefore, the claim that we made of 36 million baht was reduced to only 5 million because the 5 million was allowing only severance pay, whereas the full amount that we were requesting included unpaid back wages, overtime, unpaid holidays, etc. So again, we were going through the local channels, but we were being thwarted by this report by Intertech. And so through Freedom Fund and reaching out to Layday, a case has been put against the social auditing company Intertech, which is actually possibly a precedent, and also against Tesco UK for negligence and unjust enrichment. So let's see. Yeah, and through interviews with the workers by Workers' Rights Consortium, we found that there were actually very serious breaches of rights violations, and that they had cooked the books. They had a whole set of false documents to show the auditor and anyone else who was interested. So if you ask about our strategy and the mechanisms that are in place, I would say that the problem is that there aren't clear mechanisms in place for us to utilize at the ground level. We have a strategy, we have networks who we can reach out to, and we've utilized the technical expertise and positioning of the members of those networks, but it's not like we can just go and walk up to a website and plug in our information, and then suddenly we're in the corporate accountability zone. So, it's been a struggle, and it takes a lot of effort. And one other thing I'd like to point out is that this wouldn't have happened if we didn't already have a good reach to the migrant workers themselves. We've been working with the migrants in this area for over 20 years. We've been establishing their knowledge and awareness on labor rights, and we've done collective bargaining training. So they were aware and willing. They felt they had the agency to go forward and claim their rights. And that's really important, because if you don't have that, then the case won't come forward in the first place. And lastly, we in the VK garment, we also were very lucky to have, I think it was Lay Day, had a connection to The Guardian. And The Guardian came out with a number of, very, I don't know what the word is I'm trying to look for, but they came out with some front page articles, including one that came out on the same day as the World Cup, where Lionel Messi was holding the cup, and on the same page, there was an article about migrants being exploited by a factory supplying Tesco. So I'll leave it for there right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Bram. I think a lot of people talk a lot about multifaceted approach to corporate accountability, but your example really demonstrates what multifaceted approach means. And we might circle back on the point on collaboration, partnership. And I think it sounds to me like as you are pursuing the case, it becomes clear to you about what is needed next and what kind of people you need to reach out, what kind of tools you have, and what kind of strategy you need to pursue. So a lot of adaptation, I would say. So we'll circle back on some of this, lesson learned and stock take for the next question. I would like to turn to JC, just from the context of East Asian, the economies there. What are some of the key mechanisms that have been adopted by the work that you have done in pursuing and holding companies accountable from your particular context?
Thank you, Art. As a lawyer, I always try to use the judicial mechanism, but if it is not working, I turn to other non-judicial processes. In the past, I often used like OECD, NCP complaint mechanism and treaty body mechanism and engagement with the investors. But recently, as Martina mentioned, I have several cases where I'm using import ban mechanism under US Tariff Act. In that respect, I'd like to give you an example of how I try to hold a Chinese fishing company accountable for human trafficking of Indonesian fishers in one of their fishing vessel. And as you all know, the distant water fisheries is one of areas companies got involved in human trafficking, but it's not easy to use judicial mechanism to address to the company. This is partly because the survivors of human trafficking in the fishing vessel, just stay, in the territory of Korea just for a few days before going back to Indonesia and or country of origin. So we have to visit the country of the sending country to meet, the survivors of human trafficking and in fishing industry. In 2020, I was so lucky to have opportunity to interview, survivors of human trafficking in the Chinese fishing distant water fishing vessel called Longsing 629, and this is because they were in quarantine for 14 days before repatriation. So through the interview with them, I found all the indicators of human trafficking and forced labor present, present in the case, like horribly long working hour and unimaginably low unpaid wages and passport confiscation and illegal deduction and long voyage without port call and extremely poor working condition and so on. So while the fishing vessel was staying in the Korean water, I like filed criminal accusation against the fishing company, Chinese fishing company, invoking, of human trafficking, invoking universal jurisdiction, stipulated by Korean Penal Code to prosecute human trafficker. But the investigation authority did not prosecute them, deciding that this is not human trafficking case. It is no wonder because there's not a single case where labor trafficking has been persecuted in Korea historically. So I turned to other mechanism like import ban mechanism, also like engagement with vendor and media engagement. As a result, U.S. Customs and Border Protection imposed, import ban on seafood from entire fishing vessel owned by the Chinese fishing company. And one of the biggest wholesaler in Japan, which buy tuna from the Chinese fishing company, they decide to cease to buy, seafood from the company. And also, one of the biggest broadcast company covered this story in their main news show. And the video posted by the company had more than 10 million views. So it draws a lot of attention from Indonesian people, and which led to prosecution. Prosecution of the recruitment companies in Indonesia, which recruited Indonesian crews to Longsing 629, and later the representative of some of recruitment companies got convicted in the court and sentenced to 3 or 4 years of human trafficking. So this is one of the stories I have.
Thank you, JC. That was really, really helpful in terms of us framing, and there are some similarities and differences to what Brown was saying about the different strategy that you pursue. And I couldn't help but listening to both of the examples to think of the late John Ruckey's word on the smart mix of measure, on some of the strategy that we need to pursue on business and human rights and on this work. So as I've said at the beginning of the session, we were hoping to get on the balcony and see what's going on in the dance floor. I think we are on the balcony. So I think we are now wanting to talk about some of the lesson learned, some of the stock taking about what was more successful and how do we define success? How do we make sure that as we pursue the corporate accountability with multiple goals and different intended impacts, and whether there are correlation and links that we can try to achieve some of those? So I would open up to the panelists in terms of sharing the insights of, number one, how do we define success on corporate accountability? What does it look like now, and what could it look like in the future? Any takers? Yeah, Martina, go, please.
When I worked for Human Rights Watch in Russia, my favorite word was konkretna, which means concrete. So I want to give you 3 concrete examples. One is a case filed in the United States, Paguragan versus Prompt Nursing. It's a case filed by nurses from the Philippines. And the nurses from the Philippines filed the case because they came to the United States with contracts, believing that they would have safe jobs, good jobs, well-paying jobs, but those contracts actually said that if they left their jobs before 3 years, they owed at least $25,000 in liquidated damages. Nurses were being sued for hundreds of thousands of dollars because they left their positions. They could not leave, they were shackled by these debts. The nurses brought a case, and they won the case in federal court, and the case was settled for $3.2 million for the nurses. Another case, also again with an intersection with Asia, is Wang versus Gold Mantis, a case brought by a brilliant lawyer in the United States, Aaron Haleguiam. That case involves 7 Chinese construction workers trafficked into forced labor in the Northern Mariana Islands. They were building a casino. They sued also in US federal court, and they won $5.91 million in damages. The third case I just want to talk about very briefly is an older case, but it involves hundreds of workers from India brought to the United States to repair shipyards after Hurricane Katrina. These were skilled workers who came to the United States on H-2B visas. They were tricked and told that they would be getting green cards. It was impossible to get any kind of immigration status based on an H-2B visa. Those workers had the courage not just to sue in federal court, but they also did massive organizing in the United States. They did a march on Washington and demanded that Congress and the Department of Justice meet with them and investigate. That entire saga is now in a brilliant new book that's just been published called The Great Escape, which I recommend to all of you, because it's a good example of how you use organizing alongside litigation. That case went to trial. 5 workers testified. The trial lasted 6 weeks. It was brought by the Southern Poverty Law Center, led by a brilliant lawyer named Dan Warner. The case ended with a jury verdict of $14.1 million. That was for 5 workers. The case later settled for $20 million for all of the hundreds of workers. The Wall Street Journal summed it up for me in terms of what success is. When Signal, the defendant, declared bankruptcy, the Wall Street Journal said, "We always knew that forced labor was morally bankrupt, but now we know forced labor can make you financially bankrupt as well. And companies that engage in forced labor should be bankrupt, and they should be criminally prosecuted." So those are just some successes that I think we can point to as getting a remedy and actually punishing the perpetrators.
Yes, Suri, please.
I'll just add 2 more dimensions. I think Martina highlighted the accountability, which I'll call remediation. But I think there are 2 other dimensions of the success that I think we should be mindful of. And the second one, in addition to first one she highlighted, is to trigger a change. So sometimes you may not get compensation, you may not win the case, but if you can trigger a change, the change could be in the sector, it could be the policy or law regulation of a particular country, that could be, or it could provide a basis for civil society advocacy for change. I think that could also be a success. So I think we should not always look at success in terms of whether the company got bankrupt or you got X million dollar of compensation or you won the case. Even if you lose the case, it may result in success sometimes. So the third dimension I would like to say is empowering the rights holders. Sometimes you may not be able to get any compensation, you may not be able to even get any change in policy or practices, but the process itself may be seen very empowering. I have met so many people, thousands of people, who say the mere fact that they were able to talk to me is empowering, because no one is listening to their stories and they know I cannot do anything. But the mere fact that someone is able to listen to their stories and is able to do whatever is possible, so even you are able to bring their cases and stories to the court or non-judicial mechanism, that itself is a success because it shows them how to do it. That aspect, I think, is very crucial. And if I could add a footnote to what Martina was saying in terms of success stories, we are talking about 15, 16 million people potentially trapped in modern slavery in Asia Pacific, the recent report, right? So success stories are good, but we should be aware what we're talking about here. Helping only hundreds of people, not 15 million people. So we need a systemic change. It's just not possible to seek remediation for 25 million people potentially trapped in slavery globally. We need something different. Thank you.
Thank you, Surya. Yes, systemic change. Before I go to JC and Bram, I just wanted to remind people that get your questions ready because we're now going to, next we're going to turn over to the audience in this room and also online as well. JC and Bram, if I may pose the same question to you on success, but because you have implemented this strategy yourself, could you also take on risk analysis as well in terms of what those can also be involved as long as some of the success indicators?
I'd like to highlight two different kinds of risk we might face. So firstly, the risk of harassment facing human rights defenders when engaging, communities and conducting fact-finding mission. And so, I believe it's very important to have risk assessment in advance. But there is a different kind of risk, the risk of kind of layoff facing workers in supplier. I will give you an example. I have, engaged with a sportswear vendor sourcing textile from Korean supplier, which has been complicit in forced labor or child labor in Uzbekistan cotton field. And I realized that if the vendor suddenly stopped buying textile from the Korean supplier, the job of workers in supplier would be very unstable. So I started having dialogue with union of the supplying company, and we collaborate to engage the vendor, to request to use its leverage rather than terminating relationship with a Korean supplier.
Thank you. Bram?
Yeah, so for us, working with the migrants from Myanmar, the success is primarily about remedy. We want to see them get a positive outcome of full payment for the workers. Of course, but the thing is that we don't want it to be just like charity or a face-saving exercise, but as a result of an outcome of a redress mechanism that is in place. Ideally, workers wouldn't have to wait long. They would receive support in the meantime, because oftentimes the factory is closed and they've lost their jobs, and they would not suffer retaliation or indignity, especially considering blacklists are quite prominent in the area where we work. Eventually, a proactive, accessible, and responsive grievance mechanism should be established, and it should be done concomitantly with the right to organize. So in Thailand, migrant workers are not currently allowed to form their own unions, and this is an underlying weakness that we'd like to see changed. Yeah, I said everything I need. Risk, no wait, I'll say one more thing, sorry. So for the risk is that these people are from Myanmar or Burma, and right now the country is suffering from conflict, so they have very few alternatives, and if they're blacklisted as well, then they're in a very difficult situation, and we often need to find ways to support these people as we await the outcome of the case. So there needs to be flexible funding available to support these people, at least until there's a decision made or until they can find other work. And so unfortunately, they bear a lot of the risk.
Yes, such an important point about the sustainability of the funding, right, Bram, in terms of the uncertain outcome of strategic litigation and cases that could be years before we actually can see progress or even success. I'd like to now turn it to the floor in terms of getting some questions. Yes, I see one hand there. Adrian, please, at the back. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Adrian from North-South Initiative, Malaysia. So we had some experience with two supply chains, one in the tire industry and one with the drinks. Now, the interesting thing is the shareholders are somehow linked to government-linked companies. So when it comes to prosecution, I had a sense that there were certain delays, deliberately delays, that even though the laws are there, but the enforcement officers at various levels refuse to act. So when you have certain shareholders like this, how do you hold them accountable? And of course, not to forget the other minor shareholders who, are protected by various clauses that, they're not responsible. So how do we hold them accountable and make them pay? Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody want to take that question? So, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll take a few more, please. The accountability of investor and the lady at the front, please. Thank you.
Hello, Svetlana Zen's Article 19. Well, our organization may not be directly involved into immigration and slavery issues, but I have a question to you. Perhaps you can share some examples. On which extent do you think the technology sector should be involved into solving issues with slavery and migration? Maybe you have some examples where it played positive impacts or negative impacts, or maybe some examples on identifying those cases because community being silent and not being able to speak out. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll take one more from this side of the room, please. Yes, the lady there. Thank you. And if you could introduce yourself briefly as well, that would be great.
Okay, thank you. My name is Lasma Natalia from YLBHI Indonesia. I want to ask, from your experience, does the legal system and legal culture also have an effect for the litigation process? Because sometimes in Indonesia, the workers give a lawsuit or maybe take the legal process, but it's too long. And also after the long process, sometimes they not win and lost. And if they win, it's also take a long time. And sometimes the execution cannot be happen for the workers. And also, what sanction or form of accountability can best be demanded for the corporate? Thank you.
The importance of legal system and culture in determining the strategy. Thank you, Lasma. Great. We have 3 questions and then we'll come back for one more round. So we have the questions from Adrian around the accountability of investors, state-owned enterprise, and ownership of the company. We have the questions on the tech sector and the implication involving some of the immigrations, modern slavery, and we'll also have questions about the importance of legal system and cultures. Any first taker, Martina?
So Adrian, I'll try and tackle your question. The one thing I would say is that it doesn't matter in some ways whether the shareholders are state-owned or whether they're individual shareholders, because what we see in the United States, for example, is that the US government has never brought even one prosecution for forced labor in global supply chains, although it has the jurisdiction and the power to do so. And so what we see is a lack of political will, regardless of who the shareholders are. The one shining beam of hope for us, at least in the US, is that there are now at least 6 criminal prosecution investigations ongoing that are looking into corporate supply chains and potential corporate accountability. So stay tuned, because that may that may actually change. I think that there are some organizations doing brilliant work with shareholders and doing brilliant work with investors. The Interfaith Center for Corporate Responsibility is one, and they're literally going to investors and having investors demand and shareholders demand that corporations change their behavior.
I think it varies from, I will try to combine two questions, first and the third one. So I think the local context matters. So it depends upon where you're trying to litigate against state-owned enterprises and government-owned. So if the judiciary is independent, it will unfold differently than in many jurisdictions in this part of the world, where we know already that even if you file a case, this may get delayed or it may not get implemented. So I think I will make that nuanced distinction. And I think that distinction is crucial for the victims and their facilitators to know what to do. So if you are picking a jurisdiction where the state-owned enterprise is involved and you know it's not going to go anywhere, I would say try something else then. And that is the knowledge we need on the ground, that these are the options on the menu. Which one should be the first option to look for? But the other thing we can explore in those cases is that can you target that state-owned enterprise in a jurisdiction which is not the home country, in litigation or non-judicial means, or try to find where are the customers, where are they exporting, who is buying their products or services elsewhere. So the pressure points could be outside that home country of the state-owned enterprise. Thank you.
Yes, Jesse. Yeah, the questions about technology. You know, the Korean long liners is notorious for staying at a high sea for like more than like 15 months, you know, without port call. So technology like installing installment of Wi-Fi in fishing vessel is helpful, and actually all the distant Korean distant water fishing vessel have Wi-Fi in the vessel, but from the testimony by the migrant workers, sometimes they turn off Wi-Fi, so the fishers cannot use access to Wi-Fi, and also the one of the reason why this case, Longsing case, was taken seriously is that survivors of human trafficking provides solid evidence, I talked about all the indicators of human trafficking, but on top of this, the 3 Indonesian crews died from unknown disease, and they were buried at sea. So the burial scene was taken, a video record, and was introduced to a broadcasting company. So it became viral so much. So in that sense, technology is helpful. And the question about legal judicial mechanism, in the context of Korea, execution of court decision is not a problem, but the human rights violation happening in supply chain of Korean company is hard to bring the case to the court, because problem with jurisdiction and problem with collecting evidence, is also problem with compensation. Is compensation calculated on the kind of wages of the victims in something in the country. But lately we have relating to this, we have serious industrial accident punishment act was took effect last year. So if the business or CEO of business did not implement due diligence in terms of preventing serious industrial accidents like deaths in the working place, they could be prosecuted and punished. And two of cases where the CEOs got convicted and sentenced to imprisonment. So this law can apply to supply chain of Korean companies overseas.
Great, thank you. I think we can have a few more rounds of questions, actually. I've heard there are some very interesting questions from online, so I will get my colleague to kindly read out the questions. I think there are 2 questions from online. Thank you, Mata.
Thank you, Art. We have 2 questions from the Q&A online. The first one is from Jay Sharma, who says, one of the greatest barriers for victims is access to justice, which goes from lack of awareness of rights, basic knowledge about actions and remedies potentially available, and lawyers, advisors willing to act as advocates. And then there's a quote, laws in themselves are meaningless unless people have the means to enforce them. How best can we overcome this challenge from local through global levels? And the second question is from Karen Paul. How do you see the role of national governments and justice systems in the countries where forced labor is occurring?
Fantastic. Great. Yes, big questions, interesting question. Who would like to take that? Bram? Yes, thank you.
On the first one,
yep.
Yeah, it's very important that the migrant workers or the workers, and whoever it is, the workers have awareness of their labor rights and they feel they have the agency to pursue justice, that they have access to redress and remedy. And so you need to have civil society, I think, act as an intermediary to assist in bridging that gap. And I'd just like to go back once to the technology issue as well and say that one of our interventions is that we also have community radio in migrant languages at 2 locations, and we also broadcast over Facebook simultaneously. And so we now have over 55,000 listeners, or at least followers, so we can reach that many people at any one time, and that's another level of reaching out to migrant workers and letting them know their rights.
Please, Suri and then Martina.
I wanted to raise a wider question in response to the 2 online questions. The issue I want to raise is that in these discussions that we're having, this is my guess, but is perhaps no government official in the room. Is that right? There's no one representing the government here, right? Because the question, because they will not say yes. Yeah, that could be there. But that's my guess, and that has been my experience. So some of these conversations, and the question was, what is the role of the government? Yes. So the question I want to raise, the wider issue I want to raise, is that in many of these conversations and discussions that we do, the relevant players who should be taking those decisions, they are not in the room. So they're not listening to these conversations and exchanges, and I guess there could be a couple of representatives of companies, but again, that may be the minority in this discussion, right? So I think perhaps, and I see Harpreet sitting at the back of the room, so I use that opportunity that perhaps if we want to make an impact, we should have a different format sometimes of these discussions, and a closer roundtable kind of format where we ensure that those people are in the room and they are listening to these conversations may be useful. Thank you.
Maybe, yes.
Maybe.
Yes. Yes, another round of question again, please. I saw the gentleman at the back. Sorry, which one? Oh, Harpreet, sorry. Yes, go ahead. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Harpreet. Yes, please, the gentleman. Yeah. And kindly introduce yourself, please. Thank you.
Yeah, RBHR from Greenpeace. I just want to build on from Lasmi point of view that I think it's really important to consider also the lawyer or maybe legal system at the national level. There is a gap between the market states and also descending countries. So I would like, maybe it could be applied for the all panelists, but I would like to address especially to Martina and GC, do you think the movement lawyering could be one of the strategic things that we could do first to build up the capacity in the sending countries? Because if we go directly to the market state or maybe another jurisdiction, it's really hard because the people should be also understand about the national context and also the international regulations and so on. So just want to point out, is that also solution that we could pursue during this time? Thank you.
Very much. I'll take a few more questions, please. The lady at the back, please. Thank you. Yeah, Helen. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Art. My name is Helen Rietmeester. I work for Oxfam America. And I work on a team, and we have a decade of experience in keeping companies accountable in many different ways, usually via hard-hitting research, but also litigation. My question to this panel is, one of my worries is that if we increase litigation in a market as important as the US, can it have an adverse impact on civic space in the countries that we collaborate with? Because our allies, CSOs, they help us document the cases. So what is your experience? What is the link between increased litigation in consumer markets and the civic space in sourcing countries?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very important question. One more question, please, and then we'll turn back to the panelists. Sorry, this gentleman, he's been waiting around very patiently. Erwin, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Erwin Puhawan from Kanlungan Center from the Philippines. I just have a couple of questions. One, how do you find the role of financing intermediaries, banks, in terms of course, where they get their money, hitting them in the pocket? Second is, what are the role of the consumer? How can you locate the role of the consumer or the public in terms of making reputational risk more painful for those who are violating? And last point is the enabling environment. What creates this enabling environment that basically setting aside the rule of law? Because if these companies are just following the rules, maybe corporate accountability, alternative dispute resolutions might not be necessary. So thank you.
Thank you. Great. We have three great set of questions. I think the first questions around network and movement building were directed to Martina and JC, and then I'll turn to Surya and Bram for the next two questions. Yes, well.
Very excellent and very hard questions. So I'll try to mash up an answer, if you will. And I also want to address this question that was raised about systems and legal systems in places like Indonesia. I mean, for those of you who've been following the Exxon case, which just resolved after 22 years of litigation in the United States under the Alien Tort Statute, it's not just courts in the Asia Pacific region, it's actually US courts that are also enormously slow. So there's such a need for sort of other remedies. And I think this goes to the question from our colleague from Greenpeace. Movement lawyering is absolutely necessary. And what else is necessary is a major transfer of capacity, but a major transfer of resources to lawyers on the ground who are doing the actual hard work, the work that Bram does, the work that JC is doing, to support all of the plaintiffs, to support those who are trying to assert their rights. And this goes to the question raised by our colleague from Oxfam in the United States about the sort of pressure on civic space and the pressure on plaintiffs. You know, in my experience, we've been able to sue as Jane Doe or John Doe, and so we are able, by and large, to obscure the identity of those who are plaintiffs. Not always, and eventually the defendants figure out who it is. And so I think there has to be major planning for security for all of these plaintiffs in order to make sure that they do not suffer. The last thing I'll say is, you know, litigation takes many forms, and I think we also need to look at non-judicial administrative remedies, and I'll just give you a couple of examples. There's a brilliant lawyer in the United States, Aneshka Friesman, who works at a firm, Cohen-Milstein. She brought cases on behalf of Nepali workers trafficked to US military bases for forced labor during the war in Iraq. Those Nepali workers were able to recover using the US government Department of Defense Workmen's Compensation Program. a workman's compensation program, which was an administrative remedy. They went on to file a lawsuit, but they had already recovered through an unrelated administrative remedy. Similarly, the Worker Rights Consortium and Solidarity Center just announced recently that 1,250 Thai workers received $8.3 million in back pay, and that money was paid by Victoria's Secret, a US company. So I think we need to be enormously creative, but in answer to your question, Helen from Oxfam, we also need to be extraordinarily careful.
Thank you. Anything to add on that, JC?
Yeah, in terms of first question, I'm not sure I quite understand the point of the question, but as for the example I gave you relating to Chinese fishing vessel, since legal system in different countries is different, so the opportunities to make a company accountable, of course, is different. So we collaborate with partner lawyers in Indonesia and try to find opportunities for the recruitment companies to be prosecuted of human trafficking. Even though it's a very the thin possibility in the context of Korea, but my partner lawyers in Indonesia, he think that it is a high possibility for them to be prosecuted. And also I collaborated with lawyers in China to find whether the Chinese company can be prosecuted, and we failed to find local NGOs who dare to file criminal accusation against the company.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Thank you. The importance of building the ecosystem for this. Surya has a response, I think, on the civic space. Yes. Okay, great.
So two quick reflections. So litigation in the US definitely has potential to restrict for the civic space. And I think there is already some evidence of that, because the local partners are being specifically targeted by those governments in developing countries. So that is not merely a hypothetical situation, that is a real situation in my view. But I would also add one more dimension here. The litigation in the US may also restrict the space within the US to litigate. Alien Tort Claims Act is a very good example of it, because hundreds of cases were pursued from all over the world in the US that led the US Supreme Court to incrementally almost kill the ATS in relation to corporate human rights abuses. So I think that impact could also happen within the US. And I think that is where what we are calling, I'm part of a research that funded by Freedom Fund, as you know, and my team, Ebony and Justine sitting there. So hopefully the report will be out later this year. So we are developing an indicator that will have rewards and risks together. And these are the risks which are real in my view, and that assessment should be done before starting the litigation. And then a value judgment has to be made. My second observation is about the role of consumers, financial intermediaries, and all that. I think they definitely have a role to play. And here I would like to bring in what I mentioned earlier, the pressure point idea. So civil society advocacy, media campaigns could harness the potential of those other players, and that could also facilitate indirectly access to remedy. And that is also another project I'm working, and that is funded by UNDP on pressure points. Thank you.
I think we have time for one or two more questions, and then we'll come to the closing question, which is my bonus question for the panelists. Oh, we'll let you take the next one. So this one should be for Pram. Yes, please. Yep. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. My question is, in fact, for Ram. So I have worked with Indian and Haitian child labor affected groups, right? And one thing that I've noticed is, well, there are two things that I want to bring to your notice and then ask the question is, firstly, the intermediaries that bring in and recruit, and I think JC mentioned them very briefly, is something that we don't really talk about. While child labor is not addressed as a whole too much, it is also the intermediaries and recruiters that go unnoticed and are the invisible hands, diabolical hands, if you will, behind the entire process. So that's the first observation. And the second is, whilst the others might have chances of even thinking to litigate against the people who are, enforcing forced labor on them, children, in my observation, they don't even recognize that something is wrong in the entire process. They just normalize it and think that this is how every child around me is supposed to be, and this is what they're doing, so I have to do it too. So have you been involved in any cases around child labor? And I'm sure through your rich experience, are there any best practices or strategies that you've come across through which, we can go ahead and do something about it? Because it's an area that doesn't really see much talk, especially on forums that can actually make a change.
Thank you. And I'll take one more question to give Bram time to think to respond to that question. And with the last question, please, the gentleman there, please. Yep.
Good afternoon. I'm Ariel from World Vision East Asia. Speaking about accountability, justice, and rule of law, are there instances where remedies are not being delivered as per judgment? And what accountability consequences should be imposed to them? There are instances in the Philippines, for example, where victims of online sexual exploitation of children, which is happening on the dark web, they are about to receive they are about to receive the remedy, but it was not given for a long time. And that means that's another battle to win for them and another injustice that they should also be facing. Thank you.
Thank you. Sumita, very, very brief question. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Sumita from Malaysia. I think in all this discussion, I feel that the migrants' voice is missing. It's easy to say that let's do corporate responsibility, let's do strategic litigation. But I feel that if you take Malaysia, for example, and you do a strategic litigation case in Malaysia, ultimately it's the migrant who has to suffer. If the strategic litigation renders the company bankrupt or the company closes because of that case, the migrants is the one who's going to be left without a job. And if you look at systems in the Asia, the migrant looking for another job in that country is almost impossible. They will have to go back. And then you have to spend another sum of money to re-migrate.
Right.
So I feel that, when you're talking about corporate responsibility, the key is how are you going to look after the migrants' interests?
Thank you. Great. Child labor, and good example. Remedies, the questions on remedies and the migrant workers' voice. I think we'll give the floor to Bram for the first question, and then we'll...
Okay. So let me start with migrant workers' voices. It's essential. We strive to build capacity of migrant workers so that they can collectively bargain, so that they are the ones who make the decision whether to take a case forward or not, and they understand the potential repercussions. Of course, it's one thing at the outset, and it's another thing when you're actually in that situation. But they need to be a stakeholder in the decision-making process from the outset. Yeah, it's not like us pushing it. As far as forced labor and child labor, we don't really have any specific experience with child labor, but the VK garment factory case that I was referring to was actually very clearly a case of forced labor. And we had CSOs that followed the police investigation and basically detailed every shortcoming of the charges that were laid and showed how the definition of forced labor in Thailand was insufficient compared to the international definition of forced labor. And so, so there needs to be pressure on the governments to uphold international standards. And I think that's I don't know exactly how to do that, but I think that in UN is one of the arenas. And lastly, I'd say as far as normalized child labor, it sounds similar to gender-based violence here in Thailand. And one of the things that we do in the migrant community is one of the first things we say is that gender-based violence is not acceptable and it shouldn't be normalized. And so, you need to have public campaigns. And that's all I can really say because India is a different.
Thank you, Bram. Yep. And I'll just, yep, JC, please.
The questions relating to child labor by my colleague. Apart from child labor in Uzbekistan, what's Korean textile company and Korean state-owned company producing a banknote have been complicit with? I have experience in the investigating palm oil plantation in Sumatra run by Samsung. And there, one of the findings is that the harvesting target by the company is too high for workers, so they inevitably, bring their kids to the plantation to meet the target. So it's not the child is not directly employed by the company, but indirectly they have to use the child labor.
Just one last comment. I think all of this occurs within an ecosystem, as Art put it. Strategic litigation, all of this work, tariff act work, it all has to be done alongside prevention. It all has to be done alongside labor organizing. It all has to be done alongside unions. And so I completely agree that migrants' voices are key and that migrants ultimately have to make the decision about whether or not they want to pursue legal action. I think my concern is just that they know that legal action is possible and that they know resources can be made available for them to pursue that legal action.
Thank you very much. Those are great questions and great discussion happening in the room. I said I had a bonus question for our panelists, and they didn't know this, but I'll give them a choice. There are two questions on the table. Number one question, what do you expect to change or end or accelerate within the next 12 months? So what can we expect in the trend, the development that is coming up? We are sitting here next year in June 2024. What are we going to be discussing about? That's the first bonus question. Question number two, the China question. What do we do with companies operating in China and Chinese subsidiaries in the region? What should we think about them? How do we think about it and plan about engaging some of these Chinese multinationals operating in the region? So the choice is yours. You can answer both questions or you can just pick one. Who wants to start? Surya, thank you.
Let me start in the reverse order. So the China question is something that I have been dealing with in my personal capacity as well as earlier as part of the working group. So that is definitely a big elephant in the room. And I think we need perhaps a separate workshop under Chatham House rule to deal with that question. That is part of my wish list. But what I will say is that we need to have a situation in which we find those means of accountability outside China. Why is Chinese company unique? They are unique because you cannot target them in their home countries. If it's a French company, US company, even Indian company, you can at least on paper have that potential to target them inside the home country. That is not possible in the case of Chinese companies. And of course, there are governance challenges in other countries where they're operating. That is common. US company operating in country X, governance challenge is a common issue. So I think that makes the China question unique. But there are entry points to target them. But I don't think we have enough time to discuss it. But I'm happy if anyone is interested to do it because that has been one of my research areas.
Another great feedback for Harpreet, yes. Anyone else in terms of getting, yes.
Yeah, I'll answer to the first question.
Yep.
And I'm going back to topic of forced labor in fishing industry. I hope to, I hope the regional fisheries management organization create legally binding norms on regulating forced labor in their jurisdiction. And as you might know, the mechanism to regulate IUU fishing, have developed in more sophisticated way than the regulation on labor condition of crews. So like, the state port, have capacity to, entitled to, do inspection on fishing vessels in terms of regulating IUU fishing. So I have kept thinking that, the definition of IUU fishing, especially illegal fishing, should be expanded to include fishing with forced labor and human trafficking. So triggered by Longsing 629 incident, one of regional fisheries management organization, WCPFC, they started having discussion of creating legally binding norm regulating, labor condition, including human trafficking and forced labor of crews within their water. So this might be the first legally binding conservation and management measures to regulate labor conditions. So I hope in the near future this practice would be, replicated by other regional fisheries management organizations.
Thank you, JC. Bram and then Martina.
So just looking to the future, I see that perhaps there will be greater linkages and networking among various CSOs that are working on different issues and coming together over issues of forced labor and other labor rights issues, which would lead into environmental conservation and indigenous rights and who knows what else. But as a future that I would like to see is be greater networking of all these different disparate organizations.
Fantastic. Thank you. And Martina.
So thank you. Looking ahead, I have a call to action for all of you, which is if there is forced labor in supply chain and those goods are coming to the United States, file a petition and we can help you do so. I foresee more enforcement under the Tariff Act. And although there was fear that workers would suffer and the companies would close, what actually has happened is more than $80 million in recruitment fees has been paid back. And so my hope is to see more remedies for workers, even through the Tariff Act. On the China question, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act has been an enormously powerful tool to block goods coming from Xinjiang from entering the US market. There needs to be import bans in many more countries. And so I'll end where I started, which is no safe harbor for forced labor, import bans in all importing economies.
Well, thank you so much, Martina. And that is the end of the panel discussion. That leads me to thank Harpreet and her team for hosting us and having us here at the UN Forum. I was really greatly appreciated. And I said earlier that we have an all-star panel, and I think they did not disappoint. So thank you very much. Please join me to thank our panelists, and we'll see you next year.
Swaroop. Good afternoon, Mr. Awaz Rauf. Would you like to try your connection?
Hi there. I'm afraid I can't open my camera because it said the host has disabled it, or the host. It says I can't start my video because the host has stopped it.
Would you please try it once again?
Sure. There we go.
Okay, we saw you and hear you clearly. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you.
Yeah, right?
I would like to.
Yes, so I did.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It is 4:02, so I think I will officially kick off our session on children affected by migration and the role of business. So my name is Ida Hillestead, and I'm the Regional Child Rights and Business Lead for UNICEF's regional office in East Asia and the Pacific. And it is a real pleasure to be moderating this panel with this amazing set of speakers and thought leaders. And I'm really looking forward to a very rich conversation with all of them. But before introducing each of the speakers, perhaps I'll just start by setting the scene. Today's session on the role of business in relation to children affected by migration is linked to a recent launch of a new situation analysis on children affected by migration in ASEAN member states, which again is part of a much larger program undertaken by UNICEF with the EU support over the last 5 years in Central, South and Southeast Asia. And the objective of this research project has been to address a much bigger concern, which is that until quite recently, children were invisible in the migration literature. Migration was viewed as an adult experience, and with child migrants being seen as an extension of their parents only. But this new research and this situation analysis is really addressing this gap by spotlighting the unique realities of migration for children and the impact of migration on them. But we also wanted to dig even deeper with this research and apply a business lens to it. So in addition to looking at the traditional duty bearers for the realization of children's rights, such as government, the research and the country case studies and the policy brief include a focus on the role of business in relation to causing, to contributing to, and to addressing the specific protection risk that children face in the context of migration. And we're going to have Awaz, who is online, tell us more about the findings from the research. And we will also share with you the link to the website with this policy brief. But it suffices for me to say here that all too often, children are left out, not only on the migration literature, but of key considerations in relation to the business and human rights agenda. And this means that they are insufficiently visible in the design and in the implementation of the policy measures and the mechanisms, and even less so heard. But what happens when we leave out child rights considerations from these policies and processes? It means they are not visible, they are not present in the tools, in the guidance, in the regulatory frameworks, in the remediation processes. And what happens then is that business fail to identify their salient impacts on children, and children will continue to experience abuses. Leaving children invisible means risking leaving out 30% of the world's population. And this is not just an oversight. In the context of the challenges that we're facing in relation to global sustainability, it is negligent. So, framing the session within the theme of this year's forum, how do we move from commitment to action in a way that put children at the heart of the discussion? Since they're not only living and experiencing harms and abuses today, but are also bearing the brunt of impacts tomorrow and in the future. So let me now introduce the panel so we can hear from them about this specific group of stakeholders, of children, those affected by migration, and discuss the roles of business in addressing their protection concerns. And of course also the role that business can play in playing a potential positive role for change in the lives of children. So we have online, we have Awaz Raouf, who is the head of law and program at Coram International. This is an international research and consultancy team dedicated to the protection and promotion of children's rights around the world. And Awaz is a UK qualified lawyer and was also the head researcher on this project on the situation analysis on children affected by migration. And to my left, we have Sébastien Moore-Chevalier, who is the executive director at Bandec Foundation, based here in Thailand. The Bandec works to help disadvantaged children in Thailand to access safe living environments, education, and health services. And we're going to hear much more about the work of Bandec from Sébastien directly. And also to my left, we have Rosa Kwasi Bantoro, sorry for pronunciation, who is a director at the Business for Social Responsibility that's based out of Singapore, where she's supporting companies in translating human rights experiences into management practices. And she has conducted many human rights impact assessments for companies across agriculture, manufacturing, and extractive sectors, including in Indonesia, her home country. So we're really looking forward to hear about her experiences and the role of child rights in these impact assessments. And finally, we have Surya Deva on my right, professor at Makerere Law School, as well as a newly appointed UN Special Rapporteur on the right to development. And I think many of you already know Surya in his previous role as a UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights member and chair. So I'm thrilled to have you all here today, and we're going to be asking our panelists a number of questions, including the ways that business are impacting on children's rights in the context of migration in Southeast Asia. We're going to look at some very concrete examples from the ground on what companies can do to address these impacts on children. We're going to look at the link between corporate action and their corporate sustainability practices and the SDGs. We'll look at the drivers to ensure responsible business practices in terms of safeguarding and protecting children in the context of migration. And we'll also hear more and discuss more around the role of public policy and regulation for accelerating business action. I think I've spoken sufficiently. So Awaz, if you're with us online, I think it'd be really great to hear from you specifically on the research that have been carried out by Coram in Southeast Asia in terms of understanding better the situation of children affected by migration. If you can tell us about the findings and how are children affected and what are the ways that business are impacting specifically on this group of children. So Awaz, over to you.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction. I hope you can hear me well. Great. So as you said, yes, our research focused on the situation of children affected by migration in ASEAN states. And we focused on the child protection risks that they face and the responses to this, incorporating a business lens. So when it comes to the role of the business sector, the research highlights that first and foremost, business policies and operations are a key factor in driving migration of children, either alone or accompanying other migrating family members. And the business sector is also intertwined in the whole web of factors that influence decision-making by parents on whether or not to migrate with or without their children. And significantly, we know from our research that businesses also contribute directly or indirectly to child protection risks which children affected by migration face in the region. So I'll first mention perhaps a bit about the business sector impacts on migration trends of children to set the scene, and then I'll just mention a few of the protection risks, the main protection risks that we found. So I think first, businesses are inevitably a key player in shaping the structural economic drivers of migration. We know that industrial development and labour demands of businesses attract migrants in search of improved economic opportunities, particularly migrants from lower income ASEAN states. And we were informed during the research that there is even a preference by certain businesses in certain sectors to recruit migrant workers, particularly in irregular migration situations, due to their perceived mobility to undertake seasonal work, experience and diligence and skill in the sector, and also their availability and relative low cost compared to local workers and even regular migrants. So examples of these sectors include agriculture, factory work, construction, fisheries, palm oil. And this can also occur internally within ASEAN states, where migrating families or children migrate internally to urban hubs in search of work, such as, for example, footwear factories in Ho Chi Minh City in Vietnam. Also, we see businesses operating and supervising state migration policies, which also contribute to shaping the migration patterns of children and their families. And I think particularly worth mentioning are the role of the business sector in temporary labour migration programmes, which I think we all know are prolific in the ASEAN region, and they allow millions of migrant workers to cross borders to take up what is usually fixed term low wage work. And the research shows that these programmes, which don't normally permit migrants to bring their families with them, contribute to pushing migrants into irregular situations, or can contribute to this situation. And this can arise very simply, for example, where a business fails to secure their work permits or valid employment contracts for the individual migrant, leading them to being tied to the business in the long term and forcing their family into an irregular situation, particularly if they wish to reunite. And I think importantly, it's worth mentioning that we've also seen the expansion of special economic zones in ASEAN, which are normally governed by their own sets of regulations with a view to attracting business to the area. And these exist in Cambodia, Laos PDR, Myanmar, and Vietnam. And these zones often attract migrants who locate to the vicinity of the zone to work on land which has perhaps gone up in value, or to work within businesses in the zones themselves. So those are some of the examples of how businesses are impacting upon the migration trends of children and their families. But also, I think it's important to highlight that businesses have a significant impact on child migration patterns through their contributions to environmental degradation, accidents, land acquisitions. So businesses may displace populations directly through land acquisitions to make way for their operations, but they may also indirectly drive migration by affecting livelihoods of local communities, disrupting their social cultural norms, and causing or contributing to broader environmental risks such as land degradation, even climate change. And here we're thinking about businesses typically in the extractive or mining industries. Businesses linked with conflict and violent security operations displace populations and drive migration of adults and children. But also, businesses can influence migration decisions at a more personal level. So if you think if a lack of low wages, social benefits provided by a business can create economic hardship for parents and thereby their children, which can drive them to migrate to find better work opportunities and avoid poverty. And we found that it can also encourage parents to in turn encourage their children to drop out of school to find work, and that in turn pushes the child perhaps to migrate to help support the family, including through remittances, sending remittances home. So these are just some of the examples that we found of the ways in which businesses can impact upon migration trends. But as I mentioned, our research also highlights that businesses contribute directly and indirectly to child protection risks which children face in the region. And we're not only talking about businesses domiciled in ASEAN, but also those which are based elsewhere but have business relationships in the region, for example, through their supply chains. We often hear about child labour and economic exploitation, which I think are the most common cited child protection risks in which businesses may be involved. And it is, of course, a major concern. We know that underage migrant labour occurs in Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Thailand, Vietnam, pretty much most of the ASEAN states. And it's particularly prevalent in the informal sector, in low wage, low-skilled industries such as textiles, agriculture, fishing, palm oil, construction, domestic work, hospitality. And it's also particularly likely to occur and harder to detect towards the end of longer supply chains, where there is weaker monitoring and enforcement of child labour laws, and where business activities can take place informally, for example, within the home, and it may not even be recognised as a form of child labour or exploitation. And the worst forms of child labour, I think, are also particularly worth mentioning, such as hazardous work and debt bondage. These are also concerning issues. But business employment policies and practices can also contribute to child labour and economic exploitation indirectly. So, for example, the research and the literature highlights that, for example, the way in which labour contracts are structured. And we can take, for example, some palm oil plantations, we have the piece rate system, which remunerates workers based on the weight of the harvest yielded. And this leads to children working informally to support their family in reaching their targets, for example. Businesses which don't provide adequate wages or support to working parents, for example, to help them access adequate childcare so their children can access education. This can also drive parents to taking children to work with them, potentially exposing the child to hazardous conditions or eventually leading to the child undertaking hazardous work or underage work themselves. Child trafficking is also a very important child protection risk in which businesses may be involved, and it's very important to highlight this. Research highlights cases of businesses both knowingly or unknowingly engaging children who have been trafficked for the purposes of sexual or economic exploitation. And I mentioned earlier the special economic zones. There are numerous reports of businesses in these zones being involved in child trafficking. And I think the lack of transparency of their operations and reported impunity for these violations is a major cause of concern. And there's been an increasing focus in the region and indeed globally in combating violence against children committed through the use of digital technologies. And our research reinforced the importance of working with businesses in the digital sector to address this problem. For example, we found research reports on traffickers using digital technologies to communicate with and or groom children for trafficking, or businesses may use or engage children, traffic children in businesses which operate online. Business practices, and I appreciate I'm probably running over time, so I just have a couple of more key child protection risks to highlight from our research. Business practices can place children affected by migration at increased risk of violence and abuse. And again, the absence of social protection benefits, adequate living wages for workers and their children can create environments where children are placed at risk of harm. And this can be particularly serious where there's an absence of childcare. My penultimate point is that business policies and operations can contribute to family separation, leading to children facing intermittent periods without parental care. And this potentially can negatively affect the child's development and increase their risk of being exposed to violence, abuse, neglect, exploitation, etc. And this is particularly likely to arise where parents work in seasonal employment and are more likely to migrate without their children due to the need for mobility and flexibility in finding work. And finally, business practices can contribute to situations where children, migrant children and their families are left undocumented. And this also places them at heightened risk of exploitation and abuse and the inability to access essential services. So businesses may fail to prepare or renew a migrant's documentation, can be sometimes unintentionally due to the lack of awareness of national laws and regulations, but also intentionally. And the research highlights that this may be done to cut costs and time in what can be a long and bureaucratic process. And this in turn pushes the migrating individual, the dependents, into irregular migration, cutting them off from essential services which would otherwise be available to citizens or regular migrants. And I think by contributing to the irregular migration status of a child, businesses may also be regarded as contributing to exposing children to the risks of penal sanctions that flow from irregular migration,
in certain ASEAN states, such as their arrest, detention, deportation, and refoulement, which is the return of a child or an adult to a country where they would face irreparable harm. And indeed, our research found that children in irregular migration situations on, for example, palm oil plantations in Sabah, Malaysia, were at risk of arrest and detention by immigration authorities. So, sorry if I've spoken for too long, but that's a whirlwind summary of the key ways in which we found businesses impact upon children's rights to protection in the context of migration in ASEAN. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Awaz, for this detailed outline of all the different impacts, but also protection risk that children affected by migration are facing in Southeast Asia. And I really encourage all of you to look at the website of UNICEF, which has this situation analysis on children impacted by migration in Southeast Asia. It is incredibly rich data material. And Awaz, we will come back to you later, perhaps with some specific questions also around ways that you saw that business could play a positive role in promoting the rights of children as part of this research. But for now, I'd like to turn to two of our panelists, actually, to dive into some of the specific issues that are faced by children living in Thailand, as well as to hear from Rosa around specific experiences of companies in terms of the steps they're taking to address these impacts. But Sebastian, I'll turn to you first, because Bandek is working very specifically with migrant children in construction camps in Thailand. So you have a lot of rich material to share with us. And it would be great to hear if you could share some of those specific impacts that are faced by children in these construction camps. I'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, just to set a bit the scene, some few words about the construction sector in Thailand. Then, construction sector is a key driver of the Thai economy. It's expected to enjoy expanding growth in the years to come as it recovers from COVID-19 and also as it benefits from a major investment, public investment in infrastructure. It is also a labor-intensive sector, which relies heavily on migrant workers. We estimate that we have around 600,000 migrant workers in the construction supply chain, both legal and illegal migrant workers. And among those workers coming from mainly Myanmar and Cambodia, we have 60% men and 40% women. That's quite unusual for a construction sector. And with this gender composition, there is this characteristic of having a lot of children, tens of thousands of children, somehow connected to this supply chain. This means that they both children and their parents live in temporary workers' housing, often called construction camps. And life in these construction camps represent numerous challenges in terms of child rights, namely live in a safe and clean environment, to access documentation, birth certificates, to access protection services, to access health care and education services. Then who is accountable for this? Then this time, like in many other construction sector in other countries, the construction sector in Thailand is also a very fragmented, has also a very fragmented supply chain with extended subcontracting. And as we know, businesses who are relying a lot on outsourcing, then the more you rely on outsourcing, the greater is the dilution of the responsibility and accountability toward the workers in the supply chain. Then this is a problem we have, and this represents risks when children are caught in this supply chain. Then this is something we are really experimenting in the field. All the large construction projects we are connected to, we see that all the workers, or the immense majority of the workers are employed, hired by subcontractor or subcontractors. And the main contractor, the big guy, the big construction company, is owning the camp, has the responsibility to run the camp, but especially at HQ level, they have very little or no knowledge about the children, or sometimes even deny their existence. Then this means that children are often left unsupervised all the day in those construction camps. They are often out of school, out of the healthcare system, and they are exposed to major protection risk. What about the parents? Then here again, the construction company have a role to play because of the pressure resulting from construction's very tight time frame, also because of the lean labor budgets. Then that means that the workers have little choice but to work extensive hours, 6 days a week minimum, and you can imagine that this leaves very few time to fulfill your role of primary caretaker of your children. It also leads to very difficult dilemma for the parents, for the workers. Imagine like a worker who needs to take his child to the doctor, to the hospital. He has to take a day off. This day off is unpaid because they are daily worker. Then there is already a cost of opportunity. He's losing the whole day of pay. And he has usually to pay the doctor fees because of the lack of documentation for the children. Children are not eligible for health insurance. Then you see that it put them in very difficult this situation where they have to do very difficult choices. Then that's just some of the challenges we see. The main one. Happy to develop more afterwards.
Yeah, we look forward to hearing about how you're addressing all those challenges. But maybe before we go into the action by companies, Rosa, with BSR, you've been working with many different companies across different sectors in the region to address specific impacts on human rights, but also, of course, children's rights. It would be great to share some of your experiences and what are some of the impacts that you've seen, building as well on Sebastian's points in terms of how children are impacted in terms of their wider set of rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ida. And actually, it's very interesting because I think a lot of the risks that Sebastian brought up, and also a lot of the risks that Awaz also brought up, are indeed very relevant, for example, for the palm oil sector. And maybe just also focusing on Sabah, which Awaz also mentioned. There is actually a very heavy reliance of the Malaysian palm oil sector on migrant workers, similar to the Thai construction sector. In Sabah in particular, so as many of you may know, it sits on the island of Borneo. So there is a very porous border between Sabah in the north part of the island and Kalimantan, the Indonesian, southern part of Borneo. So there is a lot of irregular migration that does occur between the two countries. And it's estimated that about 30% of the population of Sabah does consist of foreign workers, both documented as well as undocumented. The Indonesian government actually estimated that there are probably around 60,000 Indonesian children living in Sabah. And there also have been estimates that there are about 30,000 to 52,000 stateless children. So these are children, for example, from Indonesian workers who have been there for several decades. They don't have documents. So again, it's a chronic problem. Their children, their grandchildren don't have documents. Likewise, there are also a lot of workers from the Philippines, which is right to the north of Sabah, which also have migrated to Sabah to work. They also have very difficult times to get the proper documentation. So, and like one of the key risks is indeed lack of birth certificate, lack difficulties in getting birth registration. The Indonesian consulate has been providing support. Filipino consulate, we heard more recently, has started to provide support as well. But again, there are so many children which do not have a birth certificate, which does lead to difficulties in access to education, health, and other essential services, is also shared by the other speakers. So again, in terms of lack of education, difficulties in gaining access to education. So it is not possible, unfortunately, for children of migrant workers to gain access to the Malaysian general public education system. The Indonesian government has, in cooperation with many palm oil companies in Sabah, set up schools for children of Indonesian migrant workers. There's also a local NGO which has been working closely with them. So to a certain degree, the situation is a bit better for some Indonesian children. Unfortunately, the children of Filipino workers, they don't have such support because the Indonesian schools are unfortunately not accessible to the children of Filipino workers. But even for some of the Indonesian children, again, if they do not have like a birth certificate, they are not able to get a passport, they are not able to continue their education or even return, I guess, to Indonesia to continue formally. So they can cross the border illegally, but to Indonesia, but again, they won't have the full access to services even in Indonesia. So that is a big problem. In addition to that, again, of course, the risk related to child labor, if a child doesn't have access to school at all, in addition to like there might be problems related to the contract format, like especially for irregular migrant workers. And I was already brought up a lot of the points that I was going to bring up. But if the contracts of irregular migrant workers are very weak and they might be earning wages lower than what they should be earning, and again, if the children don't have access to schools, it's almost, you would see how the children would not be formally employed by the palm oil plantations themselves, but they may follow their parents to the fields to help gain more income for the families. So I think those are some of the key risks that I wanted to share.
Thank you so much. And I think you really laid out a complex picture of all the different both protection risks that exist, but also the rights to registration, birth registration, and how that has this multiplier effect in terms of then risking children's access to education and to healthcare and all of these other essential services. So it really paints a dire picture. But let's hear about some of that positive action that's happening to then address all of these issues. And I know that Sebastian Van Dijk has been doing some really impressive work in the construction camps around building social impact. So please do tell us more about this work.
Thank you. Then clearly, companies have a responsibility in the problem we mentioned, but they also have a key role to play. And kind of the good news that we can see from our experience is that taking action at the end is not that complicated. What is complicated is to convince the companies to take action. And Van Dijk has been working on this question for many years, finding ways to engage the private sector, to improve practices toward the children living in construction site camps, and to generate systemic change. As many CSO, we started by raising awareness, and we conducted a joint research with UNICEF to clearly identify the challenges those children were facing. And what is interesting, I think, is that we didn't stop here. We also partners with pioneer companies from the sector to develop a framework, a set of 12 clear recommendations. We went a step further, developing some very practical and easy to use tools for companies to implement this framework. And with those tools, company can then easily implement this framework and improve their alignments to CRBPs or UNGPs. Last year, based on this pilot phase, we launched the Building Social Impact Initiative with the objective to invite all the companies from the property and construction sector to adopt this framework and those tools and to benefit from training we are proposing. We currently have 9 major companies who already joined, and we are in discussion, quite advanced discussion with many more. And that's, so far that's very positive. Then what are the lessons we can draw from this first year, and then and the factors of this relative success so far? I think one of the key elements is that the BSI, the Building Social Impact Initiative, is focusing on practicalities. And at the end, it's very difficult to engage company on framework, on those big concepts and principles. What talks to company is very practical elements. The companies we are talking to, they want to know why, and why should we change, and not the sector, but why my company should change, and what will be the benefit for my company. And they want, once they are convinced about the why, they want to know what they can do concretely and how they can do it. And I think the strength of the Building Social Impact Initiative is that we are trying to answer those questions. And then, starting with the why, just to give you a few arguments that works for us, then labor retention is a main argument to convince a company to join us. If workers know that their children are safe in the camp, that, for example, there is a guard from the company who has been trained on child safeguarding and who is checking who is coming in and out. If the parents know that the company is providing some transport to school and that their kids can go to school and then can build their future, then of course workers are more keen to stay with this company until the end of the construction project. And this is an essential element for the companies because it reduces cost of turnover, staff turnover, and it also reduces the risk of delaying the construction work. And this is very important for the construction company. Then we see here that we establish a correlation between a social impact from the company and an economic impact for the company. And this talks to the companies. The second element, the second argument is the limitation of the risk and the problems in the camp. That's another thing construction companies are very careful about, is that they want a camp well managed where there are no problems. Adopting better practices, analyzing potential risks, they can mitigate this risk. Imagine, for example, that a child living in a construction camp has an accident playing on construction materials stored in the construction camp. This is, of course, a risk for the company, reputational risk, even a risk for the developer, for the project itself. It can compromise and ruin all the marketing around the sale of the construction project. Then this risk also talks to the private sector and the construction company. And they want to, when they realize that, they want to mitigate this risk. One of the last elements I wanted to mention in terms of argument is it's something growing in Thailand. It's the fact that construction companies and developers now need to strengthen their sustainability and their sustainability strategy and their ESG performance. And then this is a growing trend. The construction sector is lagging behind, but for big companies, it's really starting. And usually companies know what to do with environment, they know what to do with governance, but when it comes to the S of ESG, the social sustainability, they really don't know. And then we can come with a solution and tell them, okay, this is important for your business. We can provide you with a solution which will help you to improve your ESG performance. Then, how now? Once they know why they should do to improve their social practice, they need to know what to do and how to do it, because taking care of children is really not their business and they don't have expertise in that. For example, if we go in a company and say that they should support the education and child enrollment to school and nothing else, to be honest, we will be shown the door. But if we come and say to the company, look, we have some very practical solution for you to enroll, to facilitate the enrollment of the kids to school. You will see it's super easy. You have just to follow this step, this step, this step. It will not cost you money and you can get a lot of benefit out of it. even if you show evidence from other companies who have done it, then yes, now you can start having good results with the company. Then I think the capacity of the BSI initiative to move away from conceptual framework and bring again this practicality is a very important element in the success so far. But I wanted to mention another point, last one. I'm quite confident we will have more companies, but our goal as BAMDEC is really to generate systemic change. We want to reach those estimated 60,000 children. We want a change of practice in the whole sector. And for that, we cannot do it alone, and we really need some push factors and an enabling environment. And the construction sector is not an easy sector to work in. It's not a sector, an exporting sector, where you can have pressure, like in the fishery sector or palm oil sector, pressure from big clients, multinational or final consumers, pushing those actors to adopt better practices. We don't have this push factor in the construction sector. Then here, the role of the regulators in Thailand is really key to help us to push the adoption of better practices. And I think if we manage to have that, the regulators pushing the adoption, the CSO bringing the social expertise, and the company taking action, then here you have the kind of the recipe to generate systemic change. And yeah, therefore, we think it is crucial to always ensure that also non-export sector, such as construction, are part of the discussion in events like this. And as I said, there is both a lot of attention and progress in other exporting sector, fishery, agriculture, manufacturing, but not so much for construction. Then, yeah, thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much for sharing it. It's very, very interesting. And I want to, I'm also going to turn to Surya, but I'm conscious I just want to wrap up specifically around understanding, one, Rosa, what led the companies to actually address those child rights impacts that you were mentioning specifically for Sabah region? And because I started out by saying that often children's rights isn't really part of the conversation of business human rights. So how did children become part of those impact assessment? I'd be really keen to hear that. And what are some of the ways then that the companies have addressed these impacts? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ida. And to answer your first question, Sebastian helped provide the starting point. So indeed, there has been a strong push factor, a lot of growing expectations from the buyers. So of course, there have been, I think, some high-profile NGO reports which did raise issues with plantations, including some of the plantations which actually already received certification as being, sustainably managed. So by the Industry Association, the Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil. So because there are some concerns, and buyers did want the palm oil producers to look more closely into their practices. And to their credit, RSPO also, they strengthened their industry standards as well. So there are actually now requirements for companies who want to be RSPO certified. They do need to have a child protection policy. They need to have documented process for age verification, training for relevant staff on child safeguarding, etc. And of course, I think this pressure will continue to increase from buyers in relation to, as we all know, the upcoming EU regulations on forced labor, etc. So I think those have been some of the factors which have led companies to take more serious efforts in addressing child protection risks. And in terms of the good practices which we've seen and been working together with companies on, there are actually quite a few. So, for example, we have seen companies utilize tools from UNICEF, for example, the UNICEF Safeguarding Toolkit, to start to conduct assessments of risk to child rights, both child labor, also violence against children as well. And also, I think the assessments that we've been working with companies on, they also extend beyond that to, again, what are risks or aspects related to access to education, and also maternal protection, also housing, WASH concerns as well. So yeah, it's not solely focused on child labor, but the broader child safeguarding concerns. And RSPO has also issued guidance specifically on child rights for palm oil producers, which does have specific practical steps in relation to these various child protection issues. In addition to that, I guess also in compliance, I guess, with the RSPO expectations, we have been working with companies also to develop or strengthen their child protection policies. So, it does, they are based on the Convention of the Rights of the Child. Also, they take into account the children's rights and business principles as well. Also, lots of companies, well, I wouldn't say lots, but some companies are also starting to conduct training on child protection. We have seen some palm oil companies, they've actually appointed child welfare officers specifically in the plantation. So, and of course we are encouraging the companies to extend the training to all employees or all people within the plantations who may come into contact with children. So there is quite a lot of that going on. In addition to that, the larger palm oil companies are also starting to roll out this training to the smaller palm oil companies that they're buying palm oil from. Other positive developments which we've seen, so a lot of the palm oil companies already have standard grievance mechanisms in place, but we are starting to work with companies to strengthen the grievance mechanisms so that they do include child-centric considerations, and making sure that if there are concerns related to child labor, that the teams are equipped to know how they should properly investigate it without harming the child or their families. And also we've been starting to work together with companies to develop child labor remediation plans as well, in case there are verified cases of child labor found in plantations. And I guess maybe just one last point, specifically for migrant children, and we've also recommended and seen companies provide stronger support to their workers to enable their children to register, to get birth certificates. So either, for example, by allowing Indonesian migrant workers to travel to the consulate in Sabah, or work together with the consulate to bring the consulate team to the plantations. In addition to that, legalization, of course, of the status of the migrant worker, that's a key thing, which plantations are already doing, and education support. So both in terms of providing subsidies for children, but also, for example, children who do not have access to formal education. We have seen some plantation companies provide support so that they can receive vocational training instead. Yeah, so those are some of the good practices we've seen. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this. So maybe just to summarize, I hear that, one, the business case is something that is attractive and appealing, but also very concrete tools, like something that makes it very step-by-step easy for a company to address key issues. And then as well as you were mentioning, the whole environment around buyer action and driving, sustainable practices, but also entities such as RSPO, business associations that put in place standards that has to be followed. I mean, this is all things that are part of driving action by business towards addressing these issues. But I think one thing that you also mentioned, Sebastian, is this aspect around the enabling environment. How is it that we're making sure that all of this talk that's currently happening around the EU directive on corporate sustainability and due diligence, and this mandatory wave that I think has now been coined, how is that going to impact and influence government regulation in East Asia Pacific? And I'd love to hear from you, Siri, on this point. Like, how do we make sure that whole conversation is brought into Southeast Asia and it becomes reflected also in national action plans on business and human rights and national regulation? What needs to happen to make this happen?
Right. So thank you. Thank you, first of all, for the invitation, because I think this discussion is quite relevant for my new mandate. As I mentioned, right to development, I would like to adopt an intersectional approach. So what does this right mean for children is going to be a key component of my work going forward. So this is very useful, and the sharing by the co-panelist was very, very useful. So thank you very much for that. Before I answer the question, I want to go to the basics. And what I want to start with is that Awaz, I think she highlighted very well the range of impacts that businesses could have directly or indirectly on children and their rights. But what I want to pick on is the settings, not the sector relevant settings, but different kind of settings. What are we talking about when we talk about migration? I see at least three distinct possibilities. First is that there is a child who is migrating for work, and the child could be orphan or anything. So child has no way or no family, and the child is migrating alone. That is one setting. The second setting is that the children are migrating with their parents or other family members, extended family members also. I've seen situations where the parents will not migrate, but the extended family members will migrate. So I think something that may be relevant in the context of this part of the world. And the third possibility is that someone in the family is migrating and children are left behind. So there could be other settings, but I wanted to mention these three settings. And why these distinctions are relevant, because under the UN Guiding Principles or other standards, we talk about whether businesses are causing, contributing to, or directly linked to an impact on children, right? So I think those settings, in my view, will have a bearing. What is the nature and the extent of the responsibility of companies in the context of children and their rights? The other dimension is that often when we think of migration, we think of cross-border migration. But in many countries in this part of the world, the migration could also be within the country, from one province to another province. So I think that also is a dynamic that we should not ignore, in my view. And sometimes that could be as complicated as migrating to another country, because we have very diverse countries in Asia and the languages could be different. So, or the cultures and religion, race or ethnic issues may impact migration within the country. So I think that is something I wanted to mention as context setting. Now, let me address your question in two parts. I would like to highlight the regulatory triggers, and I think to some extent they're already covered by Sebastian and Roja, but let me articulate them in a slightly different way. So let us say first standard is the soft standards, whether UN Guiding Principles or the OECD guidelines or the IMNE declaration. So those standards are definitely there. And those standards are increasingly pushing countries to adopt a national action plan. So in Asia, for instance, we have 3 countries having a national action plan. And when I was trying to prepare for this session, I thought, oh, let me go back to these national action plans and try to find what do they have in relation to this specific panel. To my surprise, the Thailand's National Action Plan had a specific provision which is relevant to what we are discussing today. I was not paying attention to that element, but when I did the search, so that is interesting. So it specifically talks about the children of migrant workers, including their education. So that is an interesting component. So I think that is, but there is nothing comparable in the National Action Plan of Pakistan or Japan. They focus on children and child labor and other issues, but nothing specifically about the children of the migrant workers. So something to bear in mind. So going forward, the other National Action Plans in the region could perhaps pay more attention to this particular dynamic, and that could be a trigger then in terms of what is expected of companies. And of course, the governments have a role to play there. The second trigger is the mandatory laws that you alluded to, Ida, and I would like to make here a distinction between the human rights due diligence laws that are primarily at this point of time coming out of Europe, but we also have mandatory laws which are not HRDD in a typical sense, but modern slavery. So we have 2 for now, Australia and UK. But two other countries, New Zealand and Canada, are considering to have something more. And of course, these laws have extraterritorial effect, so they will have impact outside these countries. So definitely these legislation will have a triggering effect. And once the European Union adopts the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, so I see that will become a key trigger, especially if the companies or the supply chains are exposed or exporting to European market. But that will take a couple of years. I mean, German law is of course already in force, but my anticipation is that that will start happening, the impact on the ground, in about 2-3 years from now. Because let us say the directive is adopted by the end of this year or early next year, and then it will give the 27 EU countries 2 years to draft a national law. And so that, let us say we're talking about 3 years time frame, and then those things will start having an impact on supply chains and the contracts and all that. The third trigger that I would like to mention is industry initiatives and the market forces. And I think, again, Rosa, for instance, mentioned RSPO and all that. So there are those initiatives which can be sector specific, which can be country specific. I think they will be very relevant in the context of what we're discussing. But also the market forces. And I think Sebastian, was talking about ESG. So I think ESG is relevant, not because it is ESG. ESG is relevant because that provides a basis for consumers and investors to act. So I think we should look at that wider role. And I think that is where not only normal investors, but institutional investors and consumers and trade unions and others, including researchers, they can use that information in a creative way, and that could support advocacy and all that. So I will see there are 3 broad complementary triggers for action that I can see. Now let me respond to this second part of the question, what we should be doing differently in my view. And I think we need to do several things differently, because the current regulatory approaches in my view are not capturing many of the challenges that have been highlighted, and I will mention very quickly. Do we have time? Yeah. Okay. So I will mention very quickly 5 or 6 points. The first point is that if we focus merely on child labor, that is problematic, or merely on modern slavery. We should adopt a more holistic understanding of the rights of the child, and CRC should be guiding us, the Convention on the Rights of the Child. So that's my first point. And the mandatory due diligence legislation or the modern slavery legislation, I think they are going to be problematic, not only for this region, that they do not always capture all the rights of the children, rather they focus on the narrow dimensions of it. So the triggers that will get created, and if someone like Rosa or Sebastian will go to companies and they say, oh, this legislation is there, the companies will ask, okay, what does it ask us to do? ABC. And that is fine, but what about DEF? And the legislation, so it will partially deal with that issue. The second related issue that I would like to highlight is that this part of the world, there's significant informal economy and SMEs, small, medium enterprises. And some of it could be part of the supply chains of European companies that are going to be captured by the legislation, but many will not be captured. So when you have children working in a tea shop, they're not part of supply chains of the European companies. So the regulatory paradigm will not really impact directly many of these workers that numbers were given who are trapped, and construction sector. So that is not exporting to Europe, right? So I think those particular issues we need to bear in mind. The third issue is that often we talk about rights of the child or children, but we don't pay enough attention to intersectionality. Like all adults are not the same, so all children are not the same. So children who are part of, let us say, rural part of the country, who come from a minority religion or race or ethnicity, who do not speak a particular language where they're migrating to and all that. So those issues have a key bearing. And of course, gender, boys versus girls and all these particular issues. So I think that is something we should keep in mind, that will have definitely bearing on this. The other element is that most of the time, especially in the BHR space, the focus, and also because of the UNGP, is on do no harm. So most of the focus of Pillar 2 is that businesses should not cause any adverse impact. My feeling is that is the starting point, that is the floor. But when we're dealing with the issues related to the rights of the child, we need businesses and of course governments to go beyond doing no harm. They would have to fulfill and protect the rights of the children. So merely this negative approach will not be sufficient in my view to bring that kind of issue that was there. Last 2 points, agency. Now, if you look at the CRC, we are often ignoring the element of agency. So if you look at all the literature reports and everywhere, children are seen, and of course they are in many situations, they're vulnerable and marginalized and all that, that's all fine, but they also have agency. So are we using the agency? Are we making them are we empowering them? Are we making them informed about their rights? And to what extent we are leveraging that agency that they have? And my last point is that many of the issues that we're talking about are about the systemic challenges that we have in society: poverty, inequality. So unless we tackle those root causes of poverty, inequality, what we're trying to address is merely the symptoms of the issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you for bringing in those global and regional perspectives and important points of where we need to be continuing focusing our attention in terms of the issues facing children. And I, as UNICEF, couldn't agree more about the need to, yes, child labor is an incredibly important problem, but we need to move beyond and look at all the ways and aspects that business are intersecting with children's rights and understand those fully and address them. But I think now is the time to open up for some questions from the room. So we'd love to get some questions for the panelists. So please indicate if you have questions, and we will do our best to find the right speaker to answer them. Excellent. So we have 2 already. I'm just checking online as well while I'm here. Yes, I already answered one there. So the lady here, followed by you here. And please introduce yourself as well. Thank you.
Hi there, my name's Claire and I'm from OHCHR and the migration team. This question is directed towards Rosa but open to all panellists. I was interested in the point you made earlier around unrealistic quotas in the palm oil industry, forcing children into labour in order to support their family to meet those quotas. What developments have occurred in that space, for instance, in effort to reduce quotas so it's more realistic for families to reach that without turning to child labour? Thank you.
That's a great question. Thank you for that. And let's take a few more at the same time. Yes.
Hello again, Ariel from World Vision East Asia, and we have country offices working on child migration as well. But before that, I'd like to congratulate UNICEF for launching that very comprehensive report on situational analysis on children affected by migration. I just would like to ask, on your perspective, why do you think, this is actually for all the panelists, business sectors or business companies are attracted to employing migrant children? And how do we influence them to establish child protection and safeguarding mechanisms and policies that will include monitoring mechanisms? And I think you would agree with me that prevention is always better than cure. And how do you think business sector can contribute in strengthening prevention mechanisms and imposing or employing child-friendly approaches to mitigate the risks and vulnerability of migrant children? Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. I have a few online too, but I think let's take a third one in the room and then we'll answer those. Thank you.
Hello everyone. My name is Aziz. I'm from France and I'm working for a French NGO called Human Resources Without Borders. And my question is about how to make the businesses, the companies responsible for the children left behind. The last year I've been traveling to Nepal a few times because I'm working on a project between Nepal and Malaysia on labor migration. And what I discover in my research is that children left behind has also an impact, also impacted by the migration of their parents because they don't have any figure like authority figures, but they also work to replace their parents who are living abroad. And this is also what I discovered in Cambodia a few years ago, where in some areas, some village, there is no more workers So the people are using children to work in the field or plantation or whatever. And in the worst case scenario is like if the parents especially in Nepal, what I discovered is like if the parents, when they are abroad, if they are disabled or died, which happened a lot, especially in Qatar, there is no one to take care of the family. So the children have to go to work in Nepal to actually fulfill the role of the provider for the family. So my question is like how to make the companies who are recruiting workers from Nepal or other countries responsible for the children left behind, and to avoid any situation like I described. Thank you.
Thank you for these interesting questions. So let me turn to the panel. And I think, Rosa, I think that the first one was directed directly to you on the piece rate thing, which, yes, would be great to hear what the solution is here.
Sure, thank you so much for the question. I think this is it's a very difficult challenge for the industry. A lot has been done, to be honest, in terms of, for example, making sure that the targets are calibrated, based on, again, okay, this is the average worker's capacity, et cetera, so that they're not unrealistic. But there are still lots of discussions. For example, even in Indonesia, the minimum wage that is set by the government is much lower than the living wage. So even if a company does follow, lawfully the minimum wage that is provided, it's still really not enough for a worker to fulfill the family's monthly income needs. So having said that, again, there are actually efforts, again, to make sure that the workers are paid, based on a scale in terms of, okay, you've been with the company for X years, you should be receiving more than the minimum wage. So companies do know that the minimum wage, it's the floor, not the ceiling. Yeah. So, and I think there are also efforts in terms of the RSPO does have initiatives focusing on, decent wages specifically, and in reality, none of these companies, all of these companies, they do formally prohibit child labor. All of the companies that we've worked with, they have very clear policies. No workers under the age of 18 may be employed. They also actually formally prohibit their workers from bringing children onto the plantation with them. But it's just I guess if you visit a plantation, the houses are, right inside the plantation. So it's just it's so easy for the children just to go into the plantation that, again, there are lots of efforts that are being carried out, I guess, to prevent this, including, again, all of this, the policies, the training, grievance mechanisms, and again, if there is a child who is found to be working, how can we support their families? But yeah, I'm sorry, this is a long way to say there's no clear answer on this, but I don't know, maybe since Awaz also mentioned this in the research, I don't know if Awaz would like to add something as well. Yeah.
Awaz, do you want to come in on this too? I know this is a specific point in the policy brief as well.
Yeah, so I think from our research, we understand that some businesses in the sector are starting to explore different ways of structuring their contracts so as to avoid the piece rate system. I think, I mean, is it worth touching upon some of the other responses to the other questions as well?
Yeah, actually, I was going to bring you in for the next question as well, because I know you touched upon that already. So this thing about why are business attracted to employing child migrants, for example, I know you mentioned that already, but if you can just, maybe summarize some of those points again to answer that question also around prevention, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So I think it's a two-way process, isn't it? I think it's not just businesses being attracted to employing underage labour, and I think it's not always intentional as well. And I think there's a lot of push factors that lead children into underage employment and even hazardous labour. I think generally our research highlighted that there is a perceived advantage for employing or engaging work from irregular migrant workers compared to regular migrants or local workers, perceived flexibility to undertake seasonal work, diligence and experience that they gain from doing this work again and again, and their relative low cost. But also, I think it's important to highlight that not all businesses know that they are employing underage labour. So we came across findings in our research where children might be accompanying a migrant parent on a construction site and then saying, I'm going to go home to Cambodia, get a new identity and new documents, and I'm going to come back and try and work for the same company under a different, under a false identity, if you like. So that brings around the whole question of what checks and balances do businesses have in place to ensure that that they are able to identify these sorts of situations. I think it's important to highlight that the enabling environment, the laws in each of the country contexts can vary. We know what the international standards are, but are the laws, national laws in line with that? So businesses might not actually be breaching local laws, but under international standards, we know that the child may be engaging in hazardous work or underage labour. And I think it's not always so overt. So as I touched upon, children might not necessarily be engaged directly as an employee or as a worker, but they may be accompanying their parents to a factory, for example, or on, as we touched upon, palm oil plantations and be involved in work that way. And it might not always be recognised as the child working in that context. And I think finally, it's very difficult to identify child labour towards the end of supply chains that happen informally, perhaps in more private or spaces that are considered more private, informal work within the home that might not necessarily be picked up upon. So I think there's a whole load of factors that go into why children end up in that situation. In terms of prevention, I think we need to focus on what are the barriers. So we know that monitoring and enforcement of laws, there's challenges in terms of state capacity and resources in identifying child labour and other protection issues connected to child migrants and business operations. Barriers in children accessing complaints and remedies to actually bring their issues to light to the authorities. Mistrust in the authorities. If I raise this complaint, am I going to be arrested and detained? And then we go back to the whole issue of mainstreaming child rights due diligence as a part of the company's general approach to their business. So I think once we tackle and start to address those issues, we can start to go about having effective prevention mechanisms. I hope that's answered some of the question.
Thank you so much, Awaz. And I'll bring in the other panelists too for the question. And I particularly like the question around, what's the responsibility of companies in relation to the children left behind? I don't know if anyone had any thoughts on this. Yeah, that's it.
No, just because we conducted last year research on family separation, and that's something we are also interested in. In the construction sector, we have a large proportion of workers who leave part of their children, at least mainly in the country of origin, and all the challenges you mentioned, and we see those challenges as well. Now, to be honest, it's not an easy one to address. And when already we have companies recognizing their responsibility on the children in their camp, it's already a success. Then having them recognizing their responsibility on the children who stayed in the country of origin, it's another story. Then what we are doing so far is that we are adopting an indirect approach with the companies, saying that, okay, if you have a child-friendly policy in your camp, you will better retain your workers. And then at the same time, we conduct also some sensitization on the workers on family separation and the risk of the children for family separation. And then we hope with those two elements, we will have less children left behind. But yeah, that's definitely a concern. And then again, being honest, in the construction sector, we are far from a recognition from the construction sector, but their responsibility on those children.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. Sorry, you want to come in? I also have another question for you online that I may want to bring into this here, which is, so in terms of how our existing initiatives presented here today are considering the agency of children and bringing them in to participate, I would actually like to hear from all of you on that agency question around children involved in these initiatives. And so, yeah, I was going to ask you as well, as part of your new mandate around the right to development. I know you're very keen to bring in the voices of children too, so if you wanted to add some reflections on that, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the excellent question. So let me start with the standards. So if you look at the main standards that I already mentioned earlier, I don't think their focus is specifically on the agency of children. At best, UN guiding principles and commentary to principle 12, they say, oh, the additional standards may be relevant. So you can say, oh, that is a hook to make a reference to CRC and all that, and that's how you bring agency, but they don't specifically hammer in to those particular aspects. Of course, we have the children's rights principles in business context, so I think they are definitely relevant here. In relation to the mandate going forward, I think I have some initial ideas, and one is that I would like to constitute a kind of an advisory group of children globally, and I would like to listen to them directly rather than listening to the intermediaries of the children's right. So it's not either or. I would also like to work with the NGOs who work on the rights of the children, but I want to hear from children, and that I would also do when I do country visits. So I want to talk to the street children on the street. What does right to development mean for them? What is their aspiration? So that is definitely something I'm thinking in terms of my initial ideas. But I also want to comment a little bit on the other question about the responsibility of companies for children left behind. And I think this is an issue which I don't think the current approach of cogestion, contribution, and direct linkage addresses adequately, because one may argue that by offering a job to the parent of a child, company is causing or contributing or directly linked to that adverse impact the children left behind. But I think that's maybe not the original intent of this. So you are stretching it too far in my view. So perhaps that typology of UNGPs, which now has been borrowed by others, it does not really capture those particular situations. And I think that is where we need a more radical and transformative approach of decent work. And I think I would also like to bring in here the issue about immigration. We're talking about migration, but not immigration. So my sense is, and I was saying it in a different session at the forum, not a session, I think there was some consultation. And my point was that often these workers, including migrant workers, are treated as a commodity. So they are a means to make more profit. They are seen as a commodity, not only by the government, but also by companies. So unless we change this mindset that the workers, including the migrant workers and their families, are not merely a commodity for us. Rather, we have to treat them as part of the family. So if you are hiring someone, then you have to pay that person adequately, that that person can support the family and also bring the family along if possible. The issue about judicial separation of the family. So this is definitely a very radical approach that I'm talking about here, but it also has links with immigration. Because in many states, migrant workers do not have the pathway to immigration. They remain temporary workers. And that creates the exploitation of these workers. So that's why I say that I'm also a migrant worker, but I'm a privileged one. So we have these two distinct categories of migrant workers. Some of us are privileged and we are able to immigrate and work there, and we don't have this situation of getting exploited. But many others don't have that pathway. So I think I'm talking about here more systemic challenges that we need to address, and we can of course make a connection to SDGs and all that here. Thank you.
Thank you, Surya. So actually, I want to stay on the question around agency, because I think it's so important that we also reflect on that in terms of both the human rights impact assessment processes, but also in terms of the extent to which, Sebastian, you're able to consult children in the construction camps, if you are, and what that looks like. So, and also I do want to bring in a perspective that UNICEF is working hard on, which is this aspect of how do we make sure that children and young people's perspectives are included in the national action plans for business and human rights. Again, we have had good examples of work in Malaysia and Thailand on that by our country offices doing that, but I do think it's something that it needs to be systematically built into these processes and mechanisms. So if you have anything to add, that would be great to hear before we wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe just a bit more on the activities that we're doing with the palm oil companies. So indeed, agency is a key factor. So as part of the assessments, as you mentioned, it is important that the proper assessor does speak to the children directly, as Professor Surya also mentioned, to hear directly from the children themselves, how their situation is, etc. Especially if a child is found working, then it's especially critical. There is actually guidance in terms of even trying to determine if the child is voluntarily, helping the family earn more income, or if he or she feels that, they would be in danger if they stopped working. So there's also specific guidance around that, making sure that, we understand what the child himself or herself feels. In addition to that, the grievance mechanism strengthening, and that's making sure that it is also accessible to children. So if a child does feel he or she has an issue, etc., they know how to use the grievance mechanism. Likewise, for the child labor remediation plan, that's a critical element, making sure that the child is asked, so what is your desire, etc. Does this plan make sense right throughout the process? So that's something that, it's definitely a key factor.
Sebastian, do you want to come in, or? Yeah.
Yes, on the perspective of the children, yes, that's of course outside the Building Social Impact Initiative. We also have all the programmatic scope and direct intervention in the camps, and then we work a lot directly with the children and on youth empowerment, and then have a lot of consultation on the situation they live, and yeah, of course there is this high demand. You were mentioning that the word invisible in your introduction, and that's exactly what we see. Those children are invisible, and then the children, they can feel that. They want to access to school. They ask, okay, I was in school in my country, I would like to go to school, why I cannot go to school? Then that's definitely a big demand. Also access to health. Then you can feel kind of this injustice, not to be part of a system, not to have the capacity to integrate in this new society. Then having some measures to help them with non-formal education, with documentation, to help them to have the capacity to be part of this society they are living in is a really key element, which involves both NGOs, the companies, but also the ministries, like education, health ministries, etc.
Thank you so much. And on that note, I mean, let's make children visible. Let's make children visible and commit to that, but also action it in terms of making children visible in company policies, in company processes, in national action plans and business and human rights, in regulatory frameworks, and the grievance mechanisms and so forth. That's really that action that we would like to see. And on that note, I'd really like to thank my panelists for this wonderful session, and for you, Awas, as well online. Thank you for joining us, and thanks for all of you who stayed so late in this room. I'm so sorry that the session is so late. Thank you so much, and please do, come and ask more questions for us in the break, well, before you go home. Thank you so much.